Chapter 1655. Walpurgis Wang Li Academy, Student Cafeteria. With Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon in tow, Wu Yen entered the student cafeteria under the gazes of the surrounding students and the astonished gazes of the other girls. He didn't know if it was fate or ill-fated, but the moment he entered the cafeteria, Wu Yen saw a seductress with a small dragon perched on her shoulder. "Yo!" Without thinking, Wu Yen raised his hand and greeted him with a nonchalant expression. "Here to eat?" Charlotte's shoulders trembled exaggeratedly when she heard the voice. She turned her head abruptly and looked towards the entrance of the student cafeteria. When she saw Wu Yen standing there, a panicked expression appeared on her pretty face. Then, Charlotte didn't even say a word. She turned around and ran in another direction as if she was escaping. "Ikaros." Wu Yen waved at Ikaros with a "I knew you would do this" look. "Catch her." Ikaros's eyes quickly turned pink with an illusory square frame. She stretched out her hand toward Charlotte. "Bzzz." In the next instant, a spherical protective barrier made of crystals appeared around the fleeing Charlotte, trapping her within and suspending her in midair. "Let me out. Let me out." Charlotte was stunned at first. Then, she knocked hard on the aegis that trapped her inside the absolute defense circle. She screamed as she knocked on the cafeteria. "Save me! Someone save me! I'm going to be violated by a pervert." "Who's a pervert?" Wu Yen ridiculed as he led the girls to the aegis that trapped Charlotte. "Besides, if it's just a pervert, he wouldn't dare attack you, right?" "You pervert! Let me out!" Charlotte glared at Wu Yen. Her eyes were watery. "Could it be? Are you planning to take me home and enjoy me?" "If it's really possible, I don't mind." Wu Yen moved a chair to the nearest table and sat down with the girls. He looked at Charlotte, who was knocking on the barrier in the aegis, absolute defense circle, in a mocking manner. "But I'm hungry right now. I'll come back and enjoy you after dinner." "Do." Charlotte secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said with a timid expression, "You're not for real, are you?" "That depends on what you mean by that." Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he said in an annoyed tone, "You're running away early in the morning and you're calling me a pervert?" "You're a pervert." Charlotte snorted. "Don't tell me you've forgotten what you did to me yesterday? You're worse than a beast." As soon as Charlotte finished her words, the sound of a group of people falling to the ground and the sound of plates and cutlery shattering echoed in the student cafeteria. The students who are eating in the student cafeteria heard Charlotte's words clearly. An indescribable silence filled the cafeteria as they looked at Wu Yen and Charlotte in astonishment. After a moment of silence, many of them gave Wu Yen a thumbs up. To be able to subdue that Rex of monarch's reign. Furthermore, he had done something that was worse than a beast. This was enough to establish a legend in the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. The students couldn't help but be speechless with admiration. Under those admiring gazes, Wu Yen couldn't keep his carefree expression any longer. He couldn't help but retort. "Can you not say things that will cause misunderstandings? What did I do to you yesterday? I'm worse than a beast." "You forgot? You forgot. How dare you forget?" Charlotte shouted angrily. "Didn't you try to take away the most important thing of a young girl from me yesterday?" This time, the students in the cafeteria started coughing violently. Some of them even spat out the food in their mouths. "Big brother." Even Nagisa seemed to believe Charlotte's words and revealed a sinister expression. "Surely you didn't. Did you do the same thing to Miss Charlotte?" "What?" Charlotte exclaimed in shock. "Did he also almost steal your first kiss?" "First kiss?" Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were shocked. They said something that silenced the cafeteria. "It was just a kiss?" He looked like a duck that was being strangled. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent. "It was just a kiss? What does that mean?" Crimson Eyes didn't just take advantage of Rex, he took advantage of Crimson Eyes and took advantage of Rex's robot. He even took advantage of her automaton, and this advantage wasn't as simple as just a kiss, right? This time, The gazes of the students in the cafeteria towards Wu Yen changed from admiration and reverence to disdain and contempt. Pervert! Pervert! You're an incorrigible pervert. The #1 pervert in the world. Charlotte shouted angrily. You even took advantage of your own automaton. Why don't a pervert like you just die? I really want to die now. Wu Yen forced a smile. He rubbed his forehead like he was having a headache. I beg of you. I don't care about the rumors, but please don't tarnish my reputation, okay? Natsuki, Nagisa, Astria, and Charlotte were angered by his words. Tarnish your reputation? That was something you actually did. How can this be tarnishing your reputation? It seems like even the bystanders were dissatisfied. They let out an inaudible sound. Stinky pervert, perverted bastard. I already said no. Wu Yen, who was about to retort, was startled. He turned around and looked to the side. In the next instant, his face twisted. Senior Flay. The one who is standing next to him and speaking is the one who caused Wu Yen to turn into a wolf and push down the 5 girls who came with him yesterday, Flay. Today, Flay only had Raby with her. The other automatons were nowhere to be seen. Flay was holding a bamboo basket that made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. She walked over shyly and placed it in front of Wu Yen. Looking at the extravagant sandwiches in front of him, as if they could only be made in a high-class restaurant, Wu Yan's face twitched. What's going on? You. Flay sneaked a glance at Wu Yen. Her gaze kept drifting away. Thank you. You already used this joke yesterday. Wu Yen took a glance at the bamboo basket and turned his head away. That's why I don't need it. Please take it back. Being rejected by Wu Yen in such a cold manner, the pearl-colored girl with a ponytail was petrified. Her legs went soft and she knelt on the ground. She tightly hugged Raby beside her and started crying. I'm the one who wants to cry, okay? Wu Yen felt a headache coming on. I was screwed over by you yesterday. You must have put something in the sandwiches again today, right? You. Flay buried her head in Raby's fur. It was unknown if she was really crying or if she was faking it. Her shoulders were trembling. You don't believe me. You just screwed me over yesterday. How am I supposed to believe you? If this continued, there would be no end to it. At that moment, Wu Yen decided to change the topic. Oh, that's right. Why did you only bring Raby with you today? This method of changing the topic worked. Flay raised her head and answered softly. I had everyone take turns to rest so that we can prepare for tonight's battle. Tonight's battle? Wu Yen and the group of girls were startled. Charlot, who was still trapped in the Aegis, spoke in a helpless manner. Don't tell me you've forgotten that tonight is the opening ceremony of the night gathering? Charlot's reminder caused Wu Yen and the others to remember. In that case, Wu Yen spoke in an uncertain manner. The night gathering is going to start today? Furthermore, there will be a battle between the 99th ranked and the 100th ranked. Charlot cast a glance at Flay. In other words, Flay will be fighting against that Japanese tonight. In an instant, the group of people turned their gazes to Flay. Facing the crowd's gazes, Flay displayed a firm smile. Everyone could not help but feel relieved. Chapter 1656. Ding, 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 ding. The clock tower of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy rang its rhythm, bringing up a light and solemn chime that turned into echoes, echoing in the sky above the academy. Behind the central lecture hall of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, there was a stage on the lawn sandwiched between the medical department and the law department. Light trucks were arranged in all directions of the lawn. Wires were plugged into them, and they were ready to work at any time. At the front of the lawn was a temporary stage, and behind it was a passageway. On the left was a central lecture hall, and on the right was an ancient Roman-style auditorium. The auditorium surrounded the entire lawn. On the lawn, students in black robes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and looking nervously at the direction of the stage, more or less making noises. The lawn was where the night assembly was held, and it was also the battleground for the contestants of the night assembly. Of course, The students who were able to gather in the battleground in black robes were naturally the gauntlet holders who had the qualification to participate in the night gathering. The students who couldn't participate in the night assembly went up to the auditorium, chatting with each other with noises that were noisier than the gauntlet holders in the battleground. There was still time until the night assembly. There were still around 15 minutes left. The gauntlet holders' official match would start at 6 p.m. when the bell rang. Right now, it was 5:15 in the afternoon. At 5:30 p.m., the opening ceremony would start, and until 6 p.m., it would be used for the opening speech. During this waiting time, putting aside the gauntlet holders in the field, the audience in the auditorium was using this time to enjoy the delicacies bought from the food salesmen or stalls nearby. They were in a noisy state as though they had entered a circus to watch a show. It wasn't anything strange. For the gauntlet bearers, the night assembly would naturally be able to compete for the throne of the Devil King. It was an important competition to win everything, but for the students who didn't have the qualification to participate in the night assembly was just a form of entertainment. Therefore, the audience could see it clearly. In the audience, lunchboxes, snacks, drinks, and even alcohol sales staff were working in an orderly manner at the stalls. All of them were extremely busy, running around the spectator stands. Wu Yen and Charlotte walked together with the group of girls. When they arrived at the audience seat, the black robe that they were wearing and the gloves on their hands exposed their identities as the gauntlet, causing many pairs of eyes to gather on them. Charlotte kicked the ground in annoyance and complained, "Why don't you just enter the arena? Wouldn't that be very eye-catching?" "It's just as eye-catching when you enter the arena." Wu Yen gestured at the rowdy crowd with his lips. "And look, these people are simply here to watch a monkey show. Are you willing to go on stage and be a monkey?" Charlotte was at a loss for words. She quickly opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but a voice nearby covered her. "Pancakes, freshly baked pancakes, anyone want some?" The moment she heard the voice, Astria's pair of adornments on her ears moved. Her eyes glowed as she waved at the source of the voice. "Me. I want some. Give it to me." A salesperson holding a box full of pancakes ran over with a smile. She was a lively and cute girl who looked slightly older than Charlotte. "Astria-chan, didn't you just have lunch?" Canon tugged on Astria's shirt and said softly. "You're right. It's not good for your health to overeat like this." Sigh. Astria let out a disappointed sigh. "But I really want to eat." "You can't." "Astria-chan." Nagisa reprimanded Astria like an older sister with her hands on her hips. "Girls can't show off too much in public. Otherwise, it will damage their image." Seeing that the situation had developed into a situation where she did not know if she would buy it or not, a troubled expression appeared on the face of the pancake seller as she stood frozen on the spot. Wu Yen sighed and took out his wallet. "She came all the way here just to say no. It's going to be awkward. I'm sorry. Please give me a pancake. Thank you." A smile reappeared on the girl's face. She wanted to thank him for his patronage, but when she saw Wu Yen, she paused for a bit before her eyes lit up. "Your scarlet eyes, Wu-sama, right?" Wu Yen nodded with a confused expression. "Do you know me?" "It's my honor to meet you." The girl didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the hand of the stunned Wu Yen who was holding the wallet and said in a joyful tone, "All right, this pancake is for you. Treat it as a congratulatory gift for your victory in the night gathering." "I'm sorry, please don't hold back." The girl stuffed a pancake into Wu Yan's hand. She looked at Wu Yen shyly and stuck her head out. She kissed Wu Yen on the cheek. "Ah, you kissed me," the girl screamed and ran away like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a stunned Wu Yen who was still holding the pancake in his hand, stunned on the spot. In the next moment, waves of bone-piercing cold air began to rise from the side. "He really is a pervert," Charlotte said coldly. "He's reminiscing." Nagisa puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "Master? Idiot. Bad." Even Astria started scolding him. Her face was filled with indignation. Ikaros and Canon didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with anxiety. It was as if they were afraid their sweetheart would be snatched away by someone else. Natsuki didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yen with her emotionless eyes. She gave Wu Yen an indescribable sense of pressure. "I didn't do anything, okay?" Wu Yen cried out in grievance. "How would I know what's up with that girl? Why did she suddenly kiss me?" Charlotte turned her head away. "She's probably a fan of yours." "Fan? You're one of the members of the 13, you should have your own fans." Charlotte glanced at Wu Yen. "What's so strange about that?" "Fine." Wu Yen sighed and raised the pancake in his hand. "So, are you eating or not?" "Of course I'm eating." Astria's indignation disappeared and was replaced by joy. She took the pancake from Wu Yen. "You should have said no." Nagisa couldn't help but say. "Astria-chan, you'll let Oni-san off the hook if you do that." "But the pancake is innocent," Astria said with a straight face. She took a big bite of the pancake and chewed happily. "It's delicious." Everyone laughed bitterly when they saw the blissful expression on Nagisa's face. They couldn't bring themselves to complain. At this moment, on the lawn, the band around the stage began to blow their horns. The flock of birds was also deliberately released. They soared and danced in the air. The surrounding students clapped their hands and cheered. It was the prelude to the opening ceremony of the night party. "This time, I have to go even if I don't want to." Charlotte calmly tightened her gown. "All right, let's go." Wu Yen shrugged. He led Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon to the stage. Just as Wu Yen stepped on the grass field representing the night assembly, a person in formal attire broke away from the line of gauntlets and passed by Wu Yen as if he's skipping the opening ceremony. For a split second, when the person brushed past Wu Yen, he paused for a bit. Wu Yan's expression stiffened and he stopped as well. The guy left the scene in a hurry as if he just completed a mission. Wu Yen didn't even look back as he stood there with his hand raised. There was a piece of paper in his hand. Chapter 1657. In the first battle of the night gathering, the participants were the 99th and 100th ranked participants. In other words, Flay would be fighting against Lei Zhen, who she had been scheming to assassinate all this while, on the first night of the night gathering. Originally, Flay wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen because Lei Zhen's strength was not something she could handle. In order to save the Hellhound automaton, Flay had no choice but to assassinate Lei Zhen. In other words, with Flay's strength, it was impossible for her to defeat Lei Zhen. If she were to fight, Flay would undoubtedly be defeated. However, that was in the past. Currently, Rabi's Hellhound automaton was no longer the only one by Flay's side. Instead, there were more than 10 Hellhound automatons by her side. The automaton of the Garm series was originally developed to allow newbie puppeteers to control it as they wished. Therefore, it was not difficult for Flay to control the Garm series automaton multiple times. On top of that, the sound pressure control was an extremely outstanding magic circuit to begin with. Now, Flay's strength could be said to have increased by several folds. Of course, with Flay's current level of skill in magic, even if the Hellhound automaton was easier to control, she was still unable to control more than 10 of them. With Flay's current proficiency in magic, under the condition that she did not affect the control of the other automatons, she could at most control 5 automatons of the Garm series. However, this still allowed Flay's strength to increase by several times. Under such circumstances, the situation in the first battle between Flay and Lei Zhen could be said to have completely reversed. Watching Lei Zhen and Yaya being surrounded by more than 5 Hellhound automatons and dodging the sound pressure cannons with great difficulty, the two of them looked like they were in a difficult situation. They seemed to have fallen into a bitter battle. Charlotte could not help but forget to avert her gaze. This is too ridiculous. That's right, it's too outrageous. With Lei Zhen's strength, even if he couldn't enter the ranks of the 13, he would definitely be an excellent puppet user who would follow closely behind. Now, because Flay had obtained the help of the other automaton from the Garm series, she was able to obtain the help of the Garm series. His strength had improved greatly. The level of these two people had already surpassed the level of those ranked in the top 20 or 30. It was close to the top of the 13 meet NDS. Yet, in the first battle of the night gathering, this first battle had evolved to a level that the previous night gatherings' first battles could never reach. Wasn't it ridiculous for the first match to be at this level? It could be heard from the frequent cheers and cheers from the audience. How exciting would tonight's first battle be? I'm afraid that the puppet users who are at the bottom of the night meeting are under a lot of pressure right now, right? This battle has already surpassed the standards of the previous night meetings. Charlot stared at the battlefield below without blinking. I wonder if there will be a victor between the two of them? It's hard to say. Sitting at the side, Natsuki-yu shifted her gaze to Lei Jin, who had a vexed expression on his face. However, a thoughtful glint could be seen in his eyes. Judging from that brat's appearance, he should be trying to think of a way to break this stalemate. If he can think of a way within an hour, that brat will be the victor. An hour? Charlot was slightly startled. Then he understood. So that's how it is. The lower-ranked contestants had to stay on the battlefield for a full hour before they could request to leave. In other words, Lei Jin had to either come up with a way to break through the encirclement of the GARM series automaton within an hour and defeat them one by one, or he had to hold on for an hour and go back to slowly think of a way. Lei Jin was a person of action. However, his brain was not weak either. If he was given an entire day, Lei Jin should be able to think of a way. At that time, Flay would have no choice but to announce her defeat. Of course, on the second night of the night gathering, the 98th ranked contestants would also enter the battlefield and cause chaos. No one could predict how the situation would turn out. That's why the best course of action is to decide the victor tonight. If Flay wants to defeat Lei Jin, she has to defeat Lei Jin while she still has the strategic advantage. She has to defeat Lei Jin before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Therefore, this was a battle of speed. Lei Jin has to think of a way to break through the stalemate. Flay has to defeat Lei Jin before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Whoever manages to break through the stalemate first will be the victor. Suddenly, Charlotte realized that someone's voice was missing from her side. She scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Natsuki and Nagisa and Kanon, who were chatting excitedly while watching the battle. Then she finally noticed something. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria are missing. Where are they? Charlot asked in a daze. Where did they go? Who knows? Who knows? Natsuki glanced at Charlot and replied casually. Maybe he's caught up in something troublesome again. At the same time, Wu Yen led Ikaros and Astria to the front of the central lecture hall as they sneaked past the venue of the night gathering. Wu Yen looked at the large building in front of him. He raised his hand and looked at the piece of paper in his hand. This piece of paper was stuffed into Wu Yan's hand by the guy who suddenly left during the opening ceremony. He passed by Wu Yan. There's only one sentence written on it. The Night Gathering Executive Department awaits your arrival. Without a doubt, this was an invitation letter. Even though it's just a piece of paper, the words Night Gathering Executive Department appeared on it. This simple invitation letter isn't as simple as it seems. The Night Gathering Executive Department is an organization set up specifically to deal with the night gathering. The Night Gathering Executive Department is in charge of everything related to the night gathering. The meeting hall of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the central lecture hall. In other words, the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the central lecture hall. Wu Yan didn't know who invited him here. But if he guessed correctly, it should be a student. There are 3 people in the Night Gathering Executive Department who have the right to speak. They are the dean, the representative of the professors, and the representative of the students. Since the decisions of the Night Gathering Executive Department tend to favor the opinions of the adults, the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department is a student. The person who invited Wu Yan to the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is most likely the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department. Coincidentally, Wu Yan knows of this person's existence. Banquet at Hongmen? Wu Yan crushed the piece of paper in his hand. He looked at the central lecture hall in front of him and smirked. Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. Wu Yen led the two angelic girls who looked like his bodyguards. He opened the door of the central lecture hall and he walked in. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria saw a spacious hall when they opened the door to one of the rooms on the third floor of the central lecture hall. The floor of the hall was covered with a crimson carpet. The wine-red curtains were drawn to the wall. A large Victorian-style round table was placed in the center of the hall. There were 3 seats around it. On one of the 3 seats, there was a young man who wasn't tall, had a slender figure, and looked like a young girl. His entire body exuded the aura of nobility. His legs were crossed elegantly, and he was holding a cup of black tea in his hand. He was sipping it in small sips as he sat there. Beside the young man stood a tall man wearing a deacon's suit and tinted glasses. Looking at the two at the round table, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Chapter 1658. In the vast executive hall of the night party, a young man with green hair and silver hair sat at the head of the round table, one standing and one sitting at the head of the table, releasing a presence that couldn't be ignored. The sound of the door being pushed open reverberated clearly in the vast space, but the young man acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to hold the teacup and drink sip by sip. Only the man who looked like a deacon turned his head and shot a sharp gaze in the direction of the door. Anyone who met the sharp gaze of the man who looked like a deacon would be able to tell that the other party wasn't simple. That's because there's a faint smell of blood coming from the man's body. Those with keen senses would be able to detect it. This was an existence that had truly killed people. Moreover, other than the smell of blood, there was also an extremely strong sense of oppression coming from the other party's body. This told others that this person not only knew how to kill people, but his methods of killing people were also definitely of the valiant kind. However, those with keen senses would be able to detect it. On this person's body, there was a hidden smell of blood and a sense of oppression that made people feel extremely out of place. That feeling of incompatibility was as if the other party was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Compared to the deacon who gave off a sense of incompatibility, the young man sitting at the head of the table who was elegantly enjoying his tea looked like a normal person. Of course, that's just how it looks. My honored guest. As if he was satisfied, the noble and elegant young man put down the teacup in his hand and slowly stood up and turned around. He faced the door with a sly smile on his face. Really? Palace, welcome to my palace. Palace Hall? Did this person treat the meeting hall of the executive department as his own palace? I don't know if he's arrogant or confident. Pursing his lips, Wu Yen led Ikaros and Astria into the meeting room of the executive department. Their footsteps were muffled on the luxurious carpet. The young man watched as Wu Yen and the 2 angelic girls got closer. The sly smile on his face got thicker and thicker to the point where it looked like he's up to no good. Looking at that smile, Wu Yen felt a bit nauseous, so he didn't go any closer. Instead, he stopped 5 meters away from the boy and met the eyes of the boy, who is full of smiles. I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush. His first sentence was a tit for tat. This caused the eyes of the man standing behind the young man, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, to quickly condense killing intent. He moved a few steps to the side so that there's no obstacle between him and Wu Yen. Clearly, this man had the intention of charging forward. Really, you can't be rude to my esteemed guest. The young man was clearly being treated with disrespect in the beginning, but he still sounded happy. He spread his hands and said as if he was putting on a show. However, I don't mind beating around the bush. At the very least, please give me the esteemed Scarlet Eyes. Do you have the time to introduce yourself? The head of the night meeting hall's executive department, number 10 of the 13, Cedric Granville. Cedric Granville. Wu Yen looked at the boy with a gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything before he opened his mouth with a smile that is not a smile. For now, I'll treat you as this person. Treat me as this person? The young man raised an eyebrow. The sly smile on his face turned into an enigmatic one. That's an interesting way to put it. It seems like you're not as simple as I thought. Well. The young man showed an exaggerated smile. He looked at Ikaros and Astria behind Wu Yen. His eyes were filled with curiosity and amusement. You can carry 5 high-performance automatons with you, and you've even suppressed Marshall before. You defeated Felix, and even sent Bronson, who almost took the throne of Demon King, to prison. Everyone knows that you're not simple. Everyone only knows about the first half of the fight. No one knows about the fact that I defeated Bronson, the head of the nightclub executive department. Wuyan shrugged. Since you know this, doesn't that mean you're the same as me? Using your logic, let's assume that's the case for now. The young man smiled nonchalantly. His gaze never left Ikaros and Astria as he spoke in a praising tone. You have a very beautiful automaton. And? Wu Yen glanced at the young man. You didn't ask me to come here just to see my automaton, did you? No, it's just a little. The young man waved his hand. His expression was as pure as an angel's, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. After all, one of my few interests is to destroy beautiful things. That's a good interest. Wu Yen smiled knowingly. I'll see if I can kill you later. Ping. As soon as he finished speaking, the man standing next to the young man who looked like a deacon suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward. Mana fluctuations flashed on the man's body. The man had clearly used some kind of magic to make his figure disappear in a flash. But he didn't really disappear. The man's speed increased to a point where the naked eye couldn't catch him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wu Yen and grabbed Wu Yan's neck. During the whole process, Wu Yen didn't move a single muscle. His neck was easily grabbed by the attendant's hand. The man who looked like a deacon tightened his grip on the neck that looked like it would break with a single pinch. His eyes, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, were filled with murderous intent. Although you're the young master's VIP, can you please watch your mouth a little? Zhen said without a trace of a smile. The Granville family's deacons are excellent but not perfect. If you want to point out a flaw, it would be that you can't stand to hear your master being badmouthed. Wu Yen laughed when he heard that. He laughed as if he was watching a clown perform. His laughter was full of sarcasm and he wasn't worried that his neck would be crushed. This caused Shinobi's murderous gaze to turn cold. Just as Zhen was about to teach Kirin a lesson, the young man's unhurried voice entered his ears. Stop it, Zhen. As a deacon, it's my duty to stand up for my master. Zhen replied without turning his head as he tightened his grip on Wu Yan's neck. So, even if it's the young master's order, please let me delay it for a while. Well, I don't mind. The young man's reproachful words carried an imperceptible dissatisfaction as it reverberated in the air. But, rather than standing up for me, I hope you care more about my safety. Zhen paused for a moment before his expression changed. He turned around and looked at the young man. The young man was still standing at his original spot. However, at this moment, he raised his hands up high and made a gesture of surrendering. He had a smile on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Behind the young man, a girl with a pair of pure white wings stood there. She held a laser sword in her hand and held it against the young man's neck. It was none other than Astria. Zhen was shocked. He turned around and looked behind Wu Yen. He saw that where the 2 angel-like girls were supposed to be standing, the one with long golden hair and pure white wings had disappeared at some point in time. All that was left was the girl with pink wings and pink hair, who was staring at the real girl with a pair of illusory square frames and a pair of cold, heart-piercing crimson eyes. Zhen's scalp tingled as he looked at the pair of cold crimson eyes. He had a feeling. If he really dared to crush the neck in his hand, then this beautiful girl who was as beautiful as an angel in front of him would definitely blast him into pieces before he could do so. Chapter 1659. One of them was choked by a hand while the other was held by a sword. Both of their necks were in a position where a fatal wound could be inflicted on them within a second. Tension filled the air. Oh, what a shocking speed. The young man with the laser sword on his neck said with a smile on his face. This is the first time I've seen an automaton that can move faster than a real one. Is there a magic circuit inside it that increases its speed? Or is it a magic circuit related to space? You think that speed is magic? Wu Yen smiled calmly. If that's the case, then I'm sorry, but can you not compare my Astrea to your automaton? You can tell that it's really my automaton? The young man asked in surprise. There are plenty of people who can tell that it's an automaton, but I've never seen anyone who could tell that it's an automaton so quickly. After all, it's too similar to a real person, isn't it? It doesn't change the fact that it performed magic in an instant. Wu Yen explained with a lack of interest. The only thing that can perform magic in an instant is an automaton. This is common knowledge, the head of the night meeting. Beautiful! The young man clapped happily from the bottom of his heart. In other words, you didn't see that it was really an automaton, but that his speed was performed through magic, right? Isn't this even more difficult than seeing if it's really an automaton? Too bad, unfortunately. Wu Yen glanced at Shinichi, who had a sour expression, and he shook his head in disdain. This isn't the first time I've seen the magic your deacon used. Not the first time? Shinichi was stunned. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was trying to see through Wu Yen. That's interesting. From what I know, the only automaton that can perform this magic is the one that can do it. At the current stage. Other than my people, no one else can do it. That's true. Wu Yen nodded in agreement. Only you people would treat a low-quality product like this as a treasure. Zhen's eyes suddenly released a murderous aura that was 10 times stronger than before. His heart was filled with anger. The smile on the young man's face finally disappeared. He stared at Wu Yen intently. Low-quality product? Your automaton magic trick. It should be the control of vectors, right? Wu Yen sighed. Controlling the vectors related to your body to increase your attack, defense, and speed, isn't it? You've seen through it to this extent. The young man was still smiling. However, the smile disappeared from his eyes. We call this magic trick complete control of vibration. It is a magic trick that interferes with the direction of movement of the body at the molecular level, thereby strengthening the attack, defense, and speed. This is the most advanced magic trick. I didn't expect that it would only be an inferior product in your eyes. It can only interfere with the movement of the body. What is it if it's not a low-quality product? Wu Yen didn't hide his words and mocked him without holding back. I've seen a magic that can even interfere with the movement of the Earth and slow down the Earth's rotation for 5 minutes. The effect is the same, but the level is completely different. Interfere with the movement of the Earth. For a moment, the young man's eyes seemed to widen in shock. Impossible! Masato, who is choking Wu Yan's neck, exclaimed. If there really is such a level of complete control vibration, the person who developed it would have used it to rule the world. Wu Yan didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the boy with an emotionless expression before looking at Shinobu. Both the master and servant felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be true? Of course, it was true. In the world of Magic Catalog, the strongest Esper in Academy City was vector control. It was the same type of complete control vibration, but the level of the two was completely different. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its attack power. Accelerator's vector control could interfere with the movement of external energy. His every move could cause the Earth to shake. He could even slow down the Earth's rotation for 5 minutes. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its defense. The vector manipulation that was commonly used could interfere with the direction of movement of external attacks, causing the incoming attacks to be reflected back. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its speed. Accelerator's vector control could also interfere with kinetic energy, wind, and air resistance to increase its speed. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could use his skin to touch the body of others and reverse the flow of blood and bioelectricity, causing the body to self-destruct. With the support of the vector manipulation ability, Accelerator could reflect all physical attacks back. There was no need to increase his defense at all. In theory, even nuclear weapons would not be able to hurt him at all. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could control the flow of air and create a gale with a wind speed of 120 meters per second. He could also create 4 tornadoes behind him. With the power of the tornadoes, he could even match the speed of a fighter jet. Compared to vector manipulation, complete control of vibration was not qualified to be compared at all. Of course, that was referring to the level of vector manipulation. If the level of vector manipulation was only level 4, perhaps it would be on the same level as complete control of vibration. Of course, no matter how strong vector control was, it was still a superpower in the magic catalog. It had nothing to do with the nimble girl invulnerability world. It wouldn't appear in this world. Wu Yan didn't bother to explain this point. He glanced at Astria. Astria understood and withdrew the laser sword from the boy's neck. She flapped her wings and flew into the air. She circled around the hall and returned to Wu Yan's side, landing next to Ikaros. The real's hand was still on Wu Yan's neck. If he really wanted to, he could have snapped Wu Yan's neck right now. Faced with such a situation, Wu Yan not only called Astria back, he also ignored the pressure on his neck as if he didn't care about his own life and death. Seeing this, the truth, who was in control of this person's life and death, gnashed his teeth in hatred. Really? The young man revealed a helpless expression for the first time. He already retreated. If you don't stop, wouldn't that make me look weak? The real's expression changed a few times. He unwillingly withdrew his hand and returned to the boy's side. In truth, the youth really wanted to ask if the complete control vibration that could shake the entire earth really existed, and if it did, who possessed it? However, perhaps it was because he subconsciously did not want to, or perhaps he did not dare to think that there was such a level of complete control vibration. The young man suppressed the doubts in his heart and forced a smile. Don't tell me you don't want to ask me why I asked you to come here? I told you from the start, I don't like to beat around the bush. Wu Yan chuckled at the boy. But you like to beat around the bush, that's why I accompanied you for so long. In other words, Wu Yan had already asked from the very beginning, it's just that the youngster kept spouting nonsense. It's not that Wu Yan didn't ask, it's because the boy liked to play and Wu Yan played with him. The boy choked. He was a little annoyed. In the past, other than facing his own parents, he had always been the one to take the lead in everything. But now, he's a level lower than Wu Yan. How could the boy not be annoyed? However, as if he had thought of something, the young man laughed happily again. I want to introduce you to someone. After saying that, the young man gently snapped his fingers. At the same time, the door to the hall opened. Chapter 1660. At the same time, everyone's eyes converged in the direction of the entrance of the hall. Thus, everyone present was able to clearly see it. Outside the door, a young girl pushed open the door and walked in slowly with her head lowered. It was a young girl wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. The girl had long flaxen hair that reached her waist. She wore a beret on her head. Her figure was slender but not tall. She was well-proportioned but not voluptuous. If you only look at her figure, she was the type that wasn't hard to find. There was nothing special about her. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria flinched at the same time when they saw the girl in front of them. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. It was because the girl in front of them, whether it was her figure, appearance, or dress, they were all too similar to someone. Charlotte. That's right. The girl in front of them looked like she was carved from the same mold as Charlotte. If there was a difference, Charlotte's hair was a dazzling golden color while the girl in front of them had a rustic flaxen color. Charlotte's face was as beautiful as a fairy's. The girl in front of them wasn't weak either, but the weakness in her eyes and the depression on her face made her weaker than Charlotte. But without a doubt, the girl in front of them was very similar to Charlotte. If the girl in front of them was Charlotte's twin sister by the same mother, then no one would doubt it. It should be said that the girl in front of them is Charlotte's twin sister. Biological sister. Let me give you a proper introduction. As if someone was about to make a grand entrance, the young man introduced with a formal smile. Angelique? Birel. I heard that she's the younger sister of Tyrant Rex. Wu Yen had his suspicions, but when he heard the boy's straightforward introduction, he reacted. He looked at the girl named Aliette Kagura. He looked at Birao. So you're Charlotte's sister? Angelique stopped in her tracks. Not only that, she took 2 steps back and stood there timidly. Her timid gaze carefully shifted to Wu Yen. From this point alone, Angelique didn't resemble Charlotte at all. After all, no matter what, Charlotte was always full of confidence. Sometimes, she would even show her strong and violent side. It was impossible for her to show such a weak side. But no matter how weak she appeared, it was undeniable that this girl had the same aura. Wu Yen felt the same aura as Charlotte. It was the same aura as Charlotte, who came from a prestigious family and went through many hardships. At this point, Wu Yen can be considered to have confirmed the other party's identity. Because of this, his face darkened. No matter what, he was aware of the existence of the original storyline in this world. Looking at Charlotte's younger sister appearing here at the academy, and instead of meeting her own sister, she came here to meet him under the arrangement of the head of the night party. How could Wu Yen not guess what's going on? Wu Yen used a slightly cold and smiley emoji and turned around to look at the smiling young man. What do you mean by this? Due to certain reasons, Angelique is now mine. The young man chuckled and spread his hands. Originally, I wanted her to meet her sister. But after thinking about it, I think it's better for you to meet Angelique first. Wu Yen lowered his head. When he raised his head again, all the emotions on his face had disappeared. In other words, you plan to use Angelique as a hostage to get Charlotte to do things for you. But you changed your mind at the last minute and replaced me with the one who did things for you, right? Angelique raised her head in surprise. She didn't seem to know about this. Smart. The young man clapped his hands. I do have a very important matter that I need a capable person to help me with. I originally wanted Tyrant Rex to do it, but compared to Tyrant Rex, you are more capable, aren't you? I don't know. The smile on the young man's face slowly turned vicious. Our scarlet eyes. Can you help me a little? The air around them froze. Wu Yen stood there. Nothing happened to him. His expression didn't change either. He just stared at the young man. The atmosphere around him turned tense. Under such circumstances, Ikaros and Astria tensed up. They were ready to fight the moment they hear Wu Yan's order. Makoto also moved his body slightly. A cold expression appeared on his face. Angelique's body trembled. Her face was filled with fear. Only the young man didn't back down. He stared at Wu Yen with the same smile on his face. I have to say, you have guts. Wu Yen said expressionlessly. Are you that confident that I will be threatened by you? I believe that there's no one in the entire academy who doesn't know about how good the relationship between Scarlet Eyes and Tyrant Rex is. The young man did not correct the word threat, as he chuckled and said. It said that Tyrant Rex only has one friend, Scarlet Eyes. It said that Scarlet Eyes only has dealings with Tyrant Rex in the academy. It is said that Scarlet Eyes and Tyrant Rex are good friends who are so close that they share 3 meals together. It's said that for the sake of Scarlet Eyes, Tyrant Rex went to the students who hated her one by one to get the information he needed. The young man got happier as he spoke. He looked forward. I don't know if these are enough reasons for me to threaten you with confidence. As the young man spoke, the atmosphere became more and more tense. This time, Angelique wasn't afraid. She stared at Wu Yen intently. Her gaze wavered. No one knew what she was thinking. Ikaros and Astria took a step forward and clenched their fists. It seems like you're confident in suppressing me, Wu Yen said calmly. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here and take Angelique away? I'm not the only one in the Granville family. The young man replied calmly. You can kill me, but can you protect Angelique for the rest of her life? Can you protect her from anyone who wants to take her life? That's what you're counting on. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. Let's hear what you want me to do, it's simple. The young man grinned. Kill the dean. Wah! Angelique sucked in a cold breath. She didn't know about the young man's plan. Wu Yen shot a sharp glance at the boy. There's an awe-inspiring aura in his eyes. The entire place fell silent. Phew. After a while, Wu Yan exhaled deeply and turned around. If that's the case, I'll play this game with you. With that, Wu Yan walked out the door without any hesitation. Karos and Astria quickly followed. Angelique looked at the young man with fear. After a moment of melancholy, she followed as well. Only the young man and the young man were left. They looked at the door until the commotion disappeared. Young master? The young man couldn't help but speak. Is this really okay? Why do you say that? The young man replied without turning his head around. Compared to Tyrant Rex, he's more suitable, isn't he? Young master, but young master, he's too dangerous. The young man gritted his teeth. He's not someone that young master can control at all, don't you get it, Jin? The young man looked like he was on drugs. His eyes were filled with crazed desire. This is what makes it interesting. Chapter 1661. Clang, 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 clang. When Wu Yan brought Ikaros and Astria out of the central lecture hall, the bell from the clock tower started ringing. When the bell rang, it means the first battle of the night gathering has been going on for an hour. In other words, if the outcome of the first battle of the night gathering was still not decided by the time the bell rang, that is, if the battle between Flay and Lei Zhen was still not decided, then Lei Zhen, who was ranked 100th, would have completed his duty of waiting and could apply to leave the stage. With Lei Zhen's cautious personality, if he can't defeat Flay within an hour, he will probably leave the stage and come up with a plan to deal with Flay tomorrow night. However, tomorrow night, the 98th ranked person would also enter the arena, causing the battlefield to become chaotic, leading to the unpredictable development of the battle situation. Thus, it was very possible for Lei Zhen to continue fighting. He might even be able to kill Flay tonight. No matter what, the first battle of the night gathering had reached the stage, and it was about time for things to calm down a little. At least for those who were looking forward to the night party, the passion of the audience that was so lively on the first night should have faded by quite a bit. For the next period of time, Kiran, it won't be as rowdy as tonight. After all, the night gathering would last for 100 nights, which was more than 3 months. After such a long time, even if the gauntlet's heartstrings were tensed, it was impossible for the audience to maintain their enthusiasm for such a long time. It was only natural that they would calm down a little. But what Wu Yan should be focusing on right now isn't the night meeting. Master. While walking towards the male dormitory, he said, Master? Astria said softly. Are you really going to assassinate that headmaster? Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. I'll play with that guy whose head is so rotten that it makes people want to vomit? Play? Astria tilted her head to the side. A question mark appeared in front of her head. What do you mean by that? Well, Wu Yan rubbed Astria's head and smiled. There's no need to worry about these boring things. Anyway, for us, it's nothing. After all, this is just a small interlude. Astria nodded as if she didn't fully understand what was going on. She didn't continue asking. No matter what. Just follow Wu Yan's instructions. That was Astria's course of action. Master? On the other side, Ikaros suddenly said and turned around. She glanced behind her. There, following Ikaros's gaze, Wu Yan turned around and looked behind him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Not far behind the three of them, a head wearing a beret peeked out from a corner. When he noticed Wu Yan and the others looking at him, he jumped in fright and ran away without hesitation. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he waved his hand. Ikaros and Astria spread their wings and took to the sky to chase after the fleeing figure. Ah! Following a scream, Ikaros and Astria grabbed the man's collar and flew back. They landed in front of Wu Yan. Bang! He didn't know if it was because his legs gave out or because Ikaros and Astria suddenly let go of him. The man fell to the ground with a dull thud. He was in so much pain that tears almost fell from his eyes. I didn't think you'd follow me. Looking down at the person sitting on the ground rubbing her, but Wu Yan crossed his arms. Angelette, didn't that annoying guy put you under house arrest? Angelette exclaimed. She looked up and saw Wu Yan standing in front of her. Then, as if she saw a ghost, she shuffled her butt and retreated far away. Seeing how Mariette is trying to avoid him like the plague, Wu Yen had a rough idea of what's going on, but he still felt hurt. "I'm here to save you. Don't you think it's unreasonable for you to act like this?" Angeliette's shoulders trembled as she pulled down her beret to cover her face. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "Forget it." Wu Yen sighed helplessly as he looked at Mariette, who seemed to be bullied. "I just want to ask, since you've followed me, why are you still running away?" "Ugh." Angelique grabbed her hat as she retreated backwards. She timidly glanced at Wu Yen and immediately cried out as though she had given up on herself. Simply unreasonable." Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria froze on the spot. It took them a while to recover from their shock. "I have nothing to do with you." Angeliette cried out with tears in her eyes. "Why did you save her?" Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria looked at each other. Wu Yen scratched his face as he looked at Angeliette with uncertainty. "You purposely followed me, and after you were discovered, you ran away like a rabbit. In the end, it was just to ask me this? What's with that expression?" Angeliette shouted angrily at Wu Yan's speechless expression. "Am I wrong?" "I'm not saying you're wrong." Wu Yen glanced at Angeliette. "I'm just a little dumbfounded, huh?" It was Angeliette's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? Looks like you still don't understand." Wu Yen looked straight at Angeliette. His soft yet powerful voice echoed in the air. "You only need a reason to kill someone. What reason do you need to save someone?" She couldn't help but look at Wu Yen. Looking at his nonchalant and perfunctory expression, she couldn't help but feel indignant again. "That's a nice way to put it. You saved me for Oni-sama." "Charlotte?" Wu Yen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Maybe that's part of the reason. So it's for Oni-sama?" Angeliette's grip on her hat tightened. Her expression turned gloomy. "As expected of Oni-sama. She shines wherever she goes." Even with Housebirau's decline, there are still people willing to do that kind of thing for Oni-sama. Angeliette's words were filled with admiration, jealousy, and inferiority. Wu Yen took a deep look at her. "Do you hate Charlotte that much?" "Of course not," Angeliette said without hesitation. She lowered her head immediately. From the looks of it, Angeliette didn't hate her sister. Instead, she seemed to have some negative emotions towards her sister. For example, jealousy. For example, inferiority. For example, envy. If you think about it, it's understandable. Angeliette's talent was extraordinary. But compared to Charlotte, she was still lacking. Angeliette's personality was weak. Charlotte, on the other hand, was very competitive. She was destined to attract attention wherever she went. And judging from the fact that there wasn't a single ripple of mana coming from her body, she was either not a puppet user or a magician. Either that, or she was so weak that others wouldn't be able to sense her unless she used her mana. However, at such a young age, not only was she able to become one of the 13 people when she was only in her second year, she even obtained an automaton like Sigmund, who was so outstanding that no one could help but be envious of her. Come to think of it, Angeliette must have felt both proud and inferior towards her sister, right? In short, Wu Yen slowed down his tone. Since everything is fine now, let's go see Charlotte. She should be happy, but I don't want to. Angeliette clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Please don't mind me. Just treat it as if nothing happened. After that, Angeliette turned around again and ran away as if she was running away. Wu Yen rubbed his aching forehead. He waved his hand again. Ikaros and Astria leaped into the air and chased after Angeliette. In the next moment, Mariette's shriek resounded through the air. Chapter 1662. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy, Tortoise House. In the room, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Canon listened to Wu Yan's account of what happened during his trip to the night meeting hall. They fell silent. Assassinate the dean? However, the dean was not a person who had committed a heinous crime, nor did he have any grudges with them. Just because someone threatened him with his friend's sister's life, did he have to take the life of this innocent person who had committed no heinous crime and had no grudges with him? For Ikaros and Astrea, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't that Ikaros and Astrea had a heart of stone, it was just that they didn't feel lost at all. Even if they had to be despised by everyone, as long as it was something Wu Yen wanted them to do, they would do it without hesitation. That was all. However, it was a different story for Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon. Natsuki was an attack demon commander. Although she wasn't all that kind-hearted, she was still an existence that punished evil. She wouldn't feel guilty about this kind of shady business, but she wouldn't approve of it either. Even someone as arrogant as Natsuki, who didn't care about anything, was like this, let alone Nagisa and Kanon. Nagisa and Kanon were the ones who were truly kind to the point of blinding. After all, with Nagisa and Kanon's personalities, they would love stray cats even if they met one. Bring it home and adopt it? Are we really going to assassinate the dean? Nagisa didn't try to hide her displeasure at all. Her cute face was gloomy. But Nagisa doesn't think it's a good idea. Oni-chan. Kanon looked at Wu Yen pleadingly. She was in a difficult position. If we do that, we won't be able to stay in the academy anymore, right? For the time being, I don't think we have to continue hiding here. Wu Yen knew Nagisa and Kanon didn't like this idea, so he smiled bitterly. After all, we still have a mission to complete. It won't be long before we finish replicating Eve's heart. Before that happens, if we hide in the academy, we shouldn't be discovered. In other words, Natsuki frowned. Are you really going to assassinate the dean? Are you going to? Wu Yen mused for a bit before continuing. Actually, I don't think we can kill the dean. You don't think we can kill the dean? Many young girls were at a loss. Edward? Rutherford? Wu Yen looked at the girls. The dean. He's not a simple character. I heard it from Miss Charlotte. Misha raised her hand. She said, the dean is known as the strongest magician of the 19th century. The strongest magician of the 19th world. Natsuki turned to look at Nagisa. It seemed that it was rare for him to be a little interested. That is to say, Edward? Rutherford is the strongest existence? I don't know about it now, Nagisa said after recalling what Charlotte had told her. However, Charlot said that at least in the last century, the dean was publicly acknowledged as the strongest existence. Even the demon kings of the past were no match for him. Is that old man really that strong? Astrea was surprised, but she nodded as if she understood the situation. Indeed, the last time I saw that old grandpa at that award ceremony, I kept feeling that there was an unusual aura on him. It's the ceremony for the gauntlet. Natsuki waved the lace fan in her hand as a look of dissatisfaction appeared in her gem-like eyes. At that time, I also felt that the dean wasn't a simple character, but I didn't think much of it. What a failure. I can't blame you for that. Wu Yen shook his head. Our levels and strengths have been restricted. Our strength has definitely surpassed the academy head. Therefore, even though our levels and strengths have been sealed, we would still subconsciously ignore those who are weaker than us. This is understandable. That's right, Luo Ruoshin said. Then, Kanon's beautiful eyes were filled with unease. Can we defeat the dean if our level and strength are restricted? Win. Wu Yen subconsciously looked at Ikaros and Astrea. Without a doubt, Ikaros and Astrea are the strongest trump cards in the group. On the surface, Natsuki hid her personal guardian and only used her space manipulation magic in front of outsiders. Nagisa and Agrora hid their familiars and only used their byproduct freezing ability. Kanon also hid her purification ability and only used her healing ability. Each of the girls had their own trump cards hidden. However, compared to Ikaros and Astrea, their trump cards were lacking. Ikaros hid almost all of her strength and only used Aegis. She was only responsible for defense. On the other hand, Astrea didn't hide her strength. She was the opposite of Ikaros. She hid her Aegis-type shield, which is superior to Aegis. Of course, This doesn't mean Ikaros and Astrea are the strongest trump cards in the group. What makes Ikaros and Astrea the strongest trump card in the group is their strongest ability, Pandora Mode. As long as they activate Pandora System, Pandora Evolution and enter Pandora Mode, Ikaros and Astrea will be the strongest in the group. With Pandora Mode as their trump card, Wu Yen and Co might have what it takes to challenge the strongest magician of the 19th century, that's for sure. Even if it doesn't work out, Wu Yen still has 7 rank cards as his trump cards. Once he uses Dreamy Summoning and turns himself into a heroic spirit, Wu Yen will be able to unleash unparalleled power in this world. No matter how strong the Dean is, he can at least gang up on them. Thinking about it, Wu Yen shook his head and tossed away the thoughts of wanting to give it a try. Anyway, I don't think the Dean will be taken care of so easily. It's impossible that the head of the night party doesn't know about it, but he still asked us to kill the Dean. I see. Natsuki understood. Killing the Dean is just a bait. Does that person have another goal? Then, Nagisa and Kanon's eyes lit up. We don't have to kill the Dean anymore? No, we still have to kill him. It doesn't matter if we can kill him or not, we have to at least make it look like we're doing it. Wu Yen poured a bucket of cold water on Nagisa and Kanon. He rubbed Nagisa and Kanon's heads and he continued in a gentle tone. All right. You don't have to do it, I'll do it. Master! Ikaros and Astrea stood behind Wu Yen to show their support. Nagisa and Kanon opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they looked at each other and lowered their heads in grievance. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen and her frown loosened. She nodded. You're right, at least we have to do it on the surface. If we can't kill him, the mastermind will have nothing to say. If we can, the Dean can only blame himself for being too weak. Wu Yen shrugged and didn't say anything else. Together with the girls, they looked at the bed in the room. Ugh. Ugh. On the bed, Angelia's hands and feet were tied with strips of cloth. Her mouth was also tied with strips of cloth. She struggled there. Henriette. Coming to the bedside, he looked at Henriette who was struggling on the bed. Wu Yen smiled as if he was bidding her farewell. The restraints on your body aren't that tight. You can break them with a little struggle. Once you're free, go see your sister. She has been longing to see you for a long time. She struggled with all her might and kept shaking her head. Her meaning is clear, she wants Wu Yen to leave her alone. It wasn't easy for you to be reunited with your family, don't be so stubborn. Wu Yen sighed. Cherish the time you have with your family, it wasn't easy for you guys either. Don't let your thoughts get the better of you, okay? After that, Wu Yen turned around and walked towards the door. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astrea followed him without hesitation. Nagisa and Kanon hesitated for a moment, but they followed with determination. Henriette was the only one left struggling on the bed. Chapter 1663. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! This is unbelievable! Behind the Central Grand Lecture Hall, on the lawn between the medical department and the Faculty of Law, which was also the venue of the night meeting, Charlot was swinging her dazzling blonde hair as she kicked the flagstone angrily. He actually ran away from the start and didn't come back until the end. That guy, what does he think the night gathering is? Calm down, Charles. No matter what, Wu Yen is ranked 4th. Who knows how long it will take for him to go on stage? There's no need for him to stay here on the first night, right? Sigmund, who was perched on Charlotte's shoulder, spoke in a calm voice. Although it's a pity that you can't be with him. No. The anger on Charlotte's pretty face immediately turned into panic. And no, I don't have any regrets. Is that so? Sigmund shook his head. If that's the case, why are you still so angry? I just. Charlotte was at a loss for words. After mumbling for a long time, she tapped her palm. Yes, I'm just dissatisfied with his attitude. Since we're going to participate in the night gathering, we have to focus and observe every battle to collect information, right? Sigh. Sigmund sighed dumbfounded. But, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. Wu Yan said he wouldn't participate in the night gathering, right? But, Charlotte stammered. In the end, he still has to go on stage, right? Then he has to do his homework, right? You're still as dishonest as ever. You're so annoying. Be careful, or I'll change your chicken for fish feed tomorrow. Charlotte snorted and turned her head away. But it's fine if Master is like this. He even left after watching half of the automaton. How infuriating. Calm down, Charles. Although I know that you're used to Wu Yan's presence, you're feeling a little lonely now. I told you to shut up. At the side, a mocking voice rang out. If others were to find out that Tyrant Rex of the 13 had once lost his temper in the audience, I'd be surprised if they found out that Tyrant Rex of the 13 had once lost his temper in the audience. From tomorrow onwards, no one will dare to come up to the night gathering, right? Upon hearing this voice, Charlotte's mood worsened. With Yaya, who was wearing a short black kimono, Raisin stood beside Charlotte casually. He had a condescending smile on his face. The dean is going to come for a second inspection of the night gathering, but all of you are scared. But those students were all scared away by you. The dean will cry if he sees that. Are you an idiot? Charlotte glared at Lei Zhen with a murderous look. Do you think you're tired of living? Second to last, color condominium last. Hey, don't say that. Lei Zhen said shamelessly. I'm here because I saw a girl. That's why I'm here, is? Yaya, who was standing next to Lei Zhen, glared at him. Immediately, she grabbed Lei Zhen's neck and shook him violently. Raisin, didn't you say you're here to get information about the sound suppression technique? What do you mean by comforting a girl? You idiot. Lei Zhen's eyes rolled back as he was pinched. At the same time, he shouted in exasperation. Can't you tell that this is the opening statement of a roundabout policy? Ah, so that's how it is. You're here for information. Charlotte crossed her arms and looked at Lei Zhen coldly. Not only are you a thick-skinned idiot who plays with automaton, but you're also a scumbag who does not hesitate to use the feelings of a young girl to achieve your goal. Why are you still alive here? Why don't you die? Why are you still standing in front of me? Raisin opened his mouth. His eyes were filled with remorse. Of course, he didn't open his mouth to speak. It was a subconscious action of being choked to the point of suffocation. The regret in his eyes wasn't because his scheme had been seen through, but because he regretted saying such perverted words in front of the idiotic automaton. If you want to obtain information, wouldn't it be faster to find the person himself? Sigmund, who was lying on Charlotte's shoulder, lifted his dragon head and said, Look, they're walking over. Hearing those words, everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance of the spectators' seating area. There, Flay rode on Rubby's back. With Rubby's back, they arrived before Charlotte and the others. That. Flay looked around and asked in a weak voice. Wu Yan, is he not here? That idiot. Charlotte curled her lips. He left right from the start. He left. Flay was startled. Then she lowered her head in disappointment. Your strength has increased quite a bit. Charlotte shifted her line of sight to Flay. You were extremely weak in the past. Weak? Extremely weak. Flay received a huge blow. She began to mutter the words extremely weak. Your automaton is truly outstanding. With great difficulty, Raisin managed to break free from Yaya's choking technique before entering the three-way river. He held his neck and coughed a few times. Then, he looked at the 5 dog-shaped automatons beside Flay. If it was only one, it would be easy to deal with. Never did I expect that it would be so difficult to deal with so many of them working together. I was nearly killed by them. That was all thanks to everyone's efforts. Flay said shyly. I was only in charge of providing magic power and giving orders. That's still a huge improvement compared to before. Charlotte patted Flay's back forcefully. Flay, you have to keep up the good work. Tomorrow night, you have to use the cannonball formed by the sound pressure manipulation to crush the second to last. Actually, you don't have to be so violent. Raisin put on a fake smile. Besides, I didn't offend you, did I? If you had offended me, you would have been blasted into pieces by me. Charlotte turned her head away in disdain. No matter what, tonight's first battle ended in a draw with this pervert withdrawing. I will come back to watch tomorrow's battle. That's all. After saying those words, Charlotte put on her black gown. Are you leaving? Flay asked in confusion. Later, the academy head will come for a second inspection. Are you not going to continue watching? It's only an inspection. What's there to watch? Charlotte did not think much of it. She cast a glance at Raisin. Her gaze turned ferocious. I'm warning you. Flay is very innocent. If you want to use your flowery words to deceive information from her, there is no need for me to do anything. Sword Emperor Loki will definitely dismember you. Yes, yes, yes. Raisin agreed helplessly. While they were talking, a commotion below the arena entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked toward the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of guards below the stage. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body, dark skin, beard, and gorgeous clothes walked in from outside the stage. It's the academy head. Ye spoke in surprise. Could it be that the second inspection has begun? Tisk. Charlotte was speechless. He truly came at the wrong time. Elder sister. Suddenly, a shout reverberated from the other side of the spectators' stand. Hearing this voice, Charlotte's body trembled violently. She quickly turned her head around and looked over. Then, she covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. Anli. Dressed in uniform and wearing a beret, Anne Juliet panted heavily as she ran towards Charlotte from the other side of the auditorium. Anli. Sigmund raised his head with great effort. His eyes were wide open. What's wrong? Raisin asked in confusion. Is it someone you know? Anli. Anli. Charlotte muttered a few times as if she was sleep-talking. Her delicate body was trembling in excitement. It's Anli. It's really Anli. Unfortunately, Anli did not give Charlotte the opportunity to express her feelings for their reunion. She screamed, Lady Big Sister. Please stop Mr. Wu Yen. Wu Yen. Charlotte, Sigmund, Flay, Raisin, and the others were all stunned. In the next moment, a crystal-like radiance covered everyone's field of vision. Chapter 1664. 5 minutes ago, about 30 minutes had passed since the end of the night gathering. However, at the night meeting battlefield, the crowd was still as lively as it had been at the beginning. Perhaps in the coming days, the enthusiasm of the students who had nothing to do with the night party would gradually decrease, and it would not be as noisy as it was today. But that was after today. At the very least, the students' enthusiasm was still more or less maintained at the opening of the night assembly that was held once every 4 years. Even though the first battle ended in a draw, or rather, it could be said that both players had won, the night party was still not over yet. Every year, the night party would be held at 6:00 sharp. It would start at midnight and end the next day at 12:00 sharp. Before the clock struck 12:00 in the morning, even if the battle had ended, the night party would not be considered as over. Therefore, even though there were no more battles on the battlefield of the night assembly, there were still all kinds of stalls around the auditorium. The salespeople were also holding the goods in their hands as they walked around and shouted. The students didn't leave the auditorium either. They were all immersed in it, as if they were celebrating a festival. It was very lively. After a while, the principal would also come to the battleground for a second inspection. He would check all the facilities, equipment, and measures that supported the night gathering to see if there were any mistakes so that the night gathering could continue to be held successfully. Under such circumstances, the students also had the idea of watching the show, so they decided to stay here. In any case, there was a good show to watch and delicious food to sell, so why not? Such a bustling scene also caused the entire night gathering battlefield to reverberate with endless noise. No one noticed that at a certain moment, a few figures had appeared silently in the air above the battlefield of the night gathering. It floated in the air. Wah! Nagisa held Cannon's hand tightly. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he stepped on the air with curiosity. Clang, clang, clang. It sounded like someone was knocking on glass. Similar to standing on the ground, the foundation gate on Itagami Island seems to have something similar. The floor was made of transparent glass. He stood on top of it. It was the same as floating in the air. Was this the same principle? Nisha-chan. Kanon gently tugged at Nagisa's hand when she saw the curious expression on Nagisa's face. This is different. Right now, you're just standing in the space. Natsuki's emotionless voice sounded. I've created a solid foothold in this space. You can think of it as a flat space in the middle of a square space, and you can just stand on it. This looks fun. Astria flapped her wings and tapped on the air beside Kanon and Nagisa. When she felt her feet touch the ground, she removed her wings and stood on it. Wow. He was really standing in the air. Ikaros-senpai. Come here quickly. Ikaros nodded silently and flew over to Astria's side. Instantly, the girls lined up in a row and stood in the void. Wu Yen stood in front of the group of girls as he looked down at them from a high vantage point. After a while, when the dean appears, Wu Yen will attack him. When that happens, the crime of attacking the dean will fall on Wu Yan's head. In the autonomous Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, such a crime was punishable by capital punishment. In other words, the moment he attacks, the entire academy will become Wu Yan's enemy. Naturally, it would no longer be possible for them to continue to attend classes in the academy, return to their dorms in the ordinary way, eat in the student cafeteria in the ordinary way, and sleep in the ordinary way. It was a serious matter, but Wu Yan didn't think of other ways to solve it. That's because Wu Yan didn't think it was that bad. The replication of Eve's heart is nearing completion. Their goal of coming to this world is more or less complete. When that time comes, there's no need for them to stay in the academy. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't want to think of other ways to save Aliette just to stay in the academy. Rather, before he completes his mission, he might as well play with that so-called night meeting executive department head for a bit. That's not a bad idea. At least, that's how it is for now. Oni-chan. Nagisa and Kanon looked at Wu Yan anxiously. Master. Ikaros and Astria couldn't help but call out to him softly. Actually, with our means, it's easy to come up with other solutions. Natsuki said helplessly. Why do you want to play so big? That's why I said from the start, since he wants to play, I'll play with him. Wu Yan looked down as he replied. It's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to see what the strongest magician of the 19th century is capable of. If he can't even survive our attacks, then so be it. You don't look like someone who would say something like that. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan thoughtfully. Could it be that you know something else? I'm just thinking that the other party might be thinking the same thing as us, thinking that we can't kill the dean. Wu Yan chuckled. It's an enigmatic laugh. If we really do kill the dean, what do you think he'll do if he has anything to do with that annoying bastard? You. Natsuki shifted her gaze away in dissatisfaction. Since when did you become so evil? Let's do the same. Wu Yan shrugged. The only way to deal with evil people is to use the same evil method. After that, Wu Yan waved his hand to stop Natsuki and the girls who were about to say something. All right, it seems like the main character is here. Upon hearing that, the group of girls lowered their heads and looked down. Then, the scene of the dean being escorted by a group of guards and entering the battlefield during the night fell into the eyes of the group of girls. Natsuki let out a sigh. I didn't think I'd become a criminal one day. It's not a bad idea to change things up once in a while. Wu Yan chuckled and turned to Ikaros. Ikaros, I'll be the one to attack. I'll leave this to you. Yes, master. An illusory square frame appeared in Ikaros's eyes. Her eyes quickly turned crimson red, changing her pure and holy temperament. She was cold and beautiful at the same time. At the same time, Wu Yan raised his hand. A crimson spatial ripple spread out from his hand. Not long after, a beautiful bow that was completely black but transparent like crystal slowly emerged from the crimson space ripples. Big sister. Angelique ignored the fact that she was gasping for breath and ran toward Charlotte while shouting, "Please stop, Mr. Wu Yan." Wu? Charlotte, who was excited to see her little sister she hadn't seen for many years, was stunned. It wasn't only Charlotte. Flay, Raisin, Yaya, and the others were also stunned. Stop Wu Yan? Stop him for what? BZZ. Just as this question appeared in their minds, everyone present, including Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, Yaya, Sigmund, and the others, suddenly saw a crystal-like radiance flash before their eyes. In the light, pale blue translucent barriers made of crystals rose like walls around the battlefield of the Night Assembly, forming a wall that surrounded the entire battlefield of the Night Assembly. Inside the walls formed by the light blue translucent barriers, the students present were all covered by a spherical barrier. This included Charlot, Flay, and Juliet, who had just run into the arena, Raisin, and Ye. This is... Charlotte, who was incomparably familiar with this barrier, cried out in alarm. Isn't this the magic barrier formed by Icaros's ripple barrier? What's wrong? Flay spoke in a somewhat fearful manner. What happened? Raisin raised his head and looked to the sky. His pupils shrunk. Above. Everyone present who heard the voice raised their heads and looked to the sky. Soon after, everyone saw what was happening. In the sky, a figure pulled open a beautiful bow. On the bow, an arrow that looked like a shooting star gradually condensed into form. Chapter 1665. 1. In the air, the space seemed to be trembling. Specks of starlight appeared out of thin air from all directions and turned into streams of light that converged towards the same direction. And the place where they gathered was an extremely dazzling arrow that was knocked on a gorgeous bow. On the ground, the students, professors, and guards of Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy all looked up at the scene that looked like a meteor shower converging in one direction. They were slightly dazed at first, and then each and every one of them was at a loss. What is that? Lei Zhen's voice trembled as he realized how strange the situation was. What the hell is going on? Charlotte couldn't care less about her sister, who she hadn't seen for years. Her eyes were filled with emotions as she stared at the figure holding the bow and condensing the meteor-like arrow. Charlotte couldn't be more familiar with that figure. Even under the cover of the night, she could still recognize it. Not to mention, behind that figure, there was a line of young girls of different sizes who were equally beautiful, just like a symbol of the world. In the entire Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, there was only one person who brought along 5 girls of different sizes who were all equally beautiful. Wu Yan. Charlotte's voice was hoarse. Is it him? What is he trying to do? Sigmund's calm voice carried a hint of uneasiness. I have a bad feeling about this. Sigmund wasn't the only one who had a bad feeling about this. But no matter how bad the feeling was, no one dared to do anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but there was an aegis, absolute defense circle, around them, trapping them inside. What the hell is this? Damn it. I can't open it. Let us out. Let us out. Perhaps the uneasiness in everyone's heart had turned into an atmosphere that spread to everyone present. Not long after, many people began to hit the aegis that trapped them in panic and began to yell, causing a commotion. Only Charlotte and Lei Zhen were staring at the figure in the sky with his bow and arrow knocked. Then they suddenly remembered. Holding the bow? Why is he holding the bow? Who is he aiming at with this bow and arrow? With this thought in mind, the ominous feeling in their hearts grew even stronger. They forcefully turned their heads and looked in the direction of the arrow that was gradually forming in the sky. In the next moment, Charlotte and Lei Zhen's expressions changed drastically. Because in the direction the arrow was pointing at, in the middle of the battlefield of the night gathering, stood a figure who did not fit in with the surroundings at first glance. Why is he so out of tune with the surroundings? The reason was simple. The aegis, absolute defense circle, defensive barrier formed a wall around the battlefield of the Night Assembly, encircling the entire battlefield. Inside the walls formed by the aegis, the students, professors, and guards were also surrounded by a spherical aegis, trapping them firmly inside. However, in the direction the arrow was pointing at, there was no aegis around the figure standing in the center of the battlefield of the Knight Assembly. Out of everyone present, he was the only one who was safe and sound. That should be the case. He was the only one not protected by the aegis. That person was none other than the Academy Dean. Could it be? Charlotte's voice finally started to tremble. Yen, is he planning to attack the Academy Dean? How? How could that be? Flay, Lei Zhen and Ye said those words at practically the same time. However, all of them had forced smiles on their faces. Big sister. Big sister. Not far away, Mariette, who was also trapped in the aegis, shouted at the top of her lungs. Quickly, stop Mr. Wu Yen. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. Wu Yen was indeed planning to attack the Academy Dean. It was because Angeliette knew this that she said the words that made Charlotte stop Wu Yen from speaking. Understanding this point, Charlotte's pretty face turned ghastly pale in an instant. With some shock, she let out a sorrowful cry. Stop! However, it was already too late. In the sky, the starlight that converged on the arrow flickered and disappeared into thin air. Aiming the fully formed meteor shower arrow at the only figure not enveloped by the aegis, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glinted with a deadly cold glint. Soon after, he released his hand without hesitation. Swish! Like a stream of light streaking across the sky, the arrow formed by starlight bloomed in midair, rubbing against the atmosphere. Amidst the sound of breaking through the air, it brought along a sky full of starlight and fell down like a comet falling to the earth. Everyone present only saw a bright flowing light flash past their eyes, as if it had cut the space in front of them into two halves. In just a moment, in the blink of an eye, it descended from the sky and landed on the headmaster, who was completely defenseless. Then, everyone's eyes were once again filled with dazzling flashes of light. Boom! As a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, everyone's mind went blank for a short while due to the shock of this loud sound. A strong gust of wind blew out like an explosion, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. The spectator seats were also smashed into pieces. Debris flew out from the impact like a gust of wind, shooting in all directions like bullets. Ah! The students, professors, and guards who were in the protective barrier of the aegis were unharmed. However, their bodies were blown away by the strong gales along with the aegis, smashing into the surrounding ground in a mess. In an instant, the entire Knight Assembly was like an erupting volcano. In an instant, the temperature soared. Although there was almost no substantial damage, screams reverberated in the arena one after another, making the scene seem like hell with wails everywhere. When the strong gales dispersed, the deafening explosions in the air were extinguished. After everything calmed down, all the aegis in the surroundings seemed to have shattered and dissipated. One by one, the people who had fallen to the ground raised their heads and looked around with lingering fear. Then, their faces were filled with fear. There was no other reason. It was because the battlefield of the Knight Assembly had completely disappeared. What replaced it was an enormous crater that seemed like a meteorite had crashed into the ground. Smoke, dust, and sparks filled the entire place. Everyone present was lying in every corner of the crater. Their panicked cries caused the entire place to be in chaos. Charlot, Flay, Lejeune, Sigmund, and the others who stood up from the ground were tightly clenching their fists. Their faces were covered with sweat. They had already discovered who the target of this attack was, and they had all discovered it. The headmaster had disappeared. Wu Yen. Flay muttered with a trembling expression. Killed? The headmaster? That guy. Lei Zhen's complexion turned ashen. What exactly is he thinking? Charlot bit her lips and slowly raised her head. She looked at the figure holding the gorgeous black bow floating in front of the 5 young girls. She couldn't help but shout. Why? Perhaps because he heard Charlot's voice, Wu Yen lowered his eyes and took a glance at Charlot, who was on the ground. However, it was as if he had seen a stranger. In less than a second, he retrieved his gaze. Natsuki. Natsuki replied and raised her hand. She gently pointed the lace fan in her hand at the empty space before her. With the tip of the fan as the source, spatial ripples began to appear in the air. The spatial ripples completely covered Wu Yan and the group of young girls. The group of people immediately became illusory and dreamlike. It was like a mirage. Not long after, they disappeared together with the spatial ripples. On the ground, in the enormous crater, everything was in chaos. Chapter 1666. Behind the central lecture hall of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Engineering Academy, the lawn between the medical department and the law department was used as the venue for the night meeting. In just one night, it had turned into a huge crater. The students, professors, and guards who were originally present stood up from the ground in a wretched manner. They looked around the scene as though they had yet to react to the sudden situation. Fear and bewilderment could be seen on their faces. Under such circumstances, the entire place was strangely silent. It was only after a while that the people who were the first to react to the situation gradually caused a commotion, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Standing at the edge of the giant pit, Charlot brought along Sigmund, Flay brought along the 5 automaton from the Garm series, and Lejeune brought along Yaya. The group of people looked at the chaotic scene in front of them and were rendered speechless for a long time. At this moment, there was only one question in everyone's heart. Why would Wu Yan attack the dean? Why would things suddenly turn out like this? Anli. Charlot suddenly spoke. She walked up to Anli, who had her head lowered. Her expression could not be seen clearly at all. With trembling hands, she grabbed Anli's slender shoulders. Did you just ask me to stop him? Do you know why he would do such a thing? Am I right? Sister? My lady? Anli raised her head and looked at her beautiful, strong, and powerful sister who was better than her in every aspect. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with helplessness. Her heart was twisted in pain as though it was being cut by a knife. Tell me, Anli. Charlot's voice was almost muffled. The words that came out of her mouth were blurry and hoarse. What do you know? Calm down, Seal. Sigmund spoke in a deep voice. If you continue like this, even if Anli knows something, she will still be frightened by you. They will also be scared speechless by you. But, Charlot looked at the huge crater in front of her. She smiled miserably as she looked at the chaotic scene inside. That guy killed the head of the academy. Sigmund became silent. Even Flay, Lejeune, Yaya, and the others became silent. The Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy was the best academy in the world of magic. It was an important organization that sent outstanding puppet users to various countries all over the world, cultivated powerful puppet users, and strengthened the national strength of each country. Because of this, the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy had autonomy. Everything within the walls of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy was like a small country managed by the higher-ups. And standing at the top of this small country, the Dean, Edward Rutherford. Killing the dean was the same crime as killing the leader of a country. Therefore, once Wu Yan was convicted of assassinating the dean, he would be sentenced to death by the academy. Not only that, but they would also be sending outstanding puppet operators to various countries all over the world. The leader of an important organization that nurtured powerful puppet users and strengthened the national strength of each country was killed. The various countries and powers outside the academy could also hunt down Wu Yan and treat him as a criminal. In other words, Wu Yan would most likely become a street rat that no one in this world could tolerate. And just now, almost all the witnesses who saw Wu Yan draw his bow and kill the dean were witnesses. In other words, what awaited Wu Yan would be the academy's guards, the discipline committee, and even the professors and students forming their own teams to hunt him down. Knowing this clearly, Lejeune and Yaya, who were more or less related to Wu Yan, had gloomy expressions. Flay even covered her mouth and tears flowed down from her eyes. Charlotte did not show any expression. She only lowered her head and did not say anything. However, Angelique, who was held by Charlotte's shoulder, and Sigmund, who was standing on Charlotte's shoulder, could both feel it. Charlotte's body was trembling. It had to be said that fate really played tricks on people. In the past, Count Bilo's family was a famous family in England. They were nobles who were bestowed with a unicorn emblem and northern territory by Her Majesty the Queen. However, due to an extremely noble child who was a guest at Count Bilo's house, he was bitten by one of Charlotte's dog-shaped automaton. Count Bilo's family was punished by the royal family. First, Count Bilo's title was taken away, and his family's territory was taken back. Then, the automaton that was once like a family was dismantled, and even their assets were frozen. Due to his assets being frozen, Count Bilo's family was in a difficult situation. Count Bilo was viewed as a common enemy by the English because of this. He could not find a job in England and could only go to France alone. However, in France, Count Bilo's job did not seem to be going well. Not long after, Count Bilo lost contact and there was no more news of him. When Charlotte was still in school, her mother and younger sister also mysteriously disappeared. In a situation where she had no one to rely on, as a child, Charlotte's tuition fees were soon exhausted and she was kicked out of the boarding school. She truly fell into a situation where she had nothing. Fortunately, Charlotte still had an outstanding talent in puppeteering. She also had Sigmund, who was passed down from generation to generation in Count Bilo's family, who carried the magic that contained the truth of the universe and the magic circuit that carried the magic sword. No matter what the situation outside was, the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy only paid attention to puppeteers with extraordinary strength. It was a complete power doctrine. It did not matter if the other party was the child of a felon or not, as long as they had strength, they would be accepted. Therefore, Charlotte received a scholarship from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy and entered the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy to study. Therefore, from the moment she entered the academy and had a glimmer of hope, Charlotte's dream began. She wanted to find her parents, find her sister, and find the hearts of the automaton that was once her family. She wanted to return to the past and live happily together. It was because of this reason that Charlotte was so obsessed with the night meeting. She wanted to ascend to the throne of the Demon King and regain the reputation of Count Bilo's family. She wanted to obtain enough wealth to revive Count Bilo's family and return everything to its original state. It was because of this that Charlotte alienated all the people in the academy who could become her enemies and walked down the path alone. God was not unkind to Charlotte. In the end, he still gave Charlotte an existence that she could confide in so that she would not be alone in the academy. But now, her missing younger sister had once again appeared in front of Charlotte. However, the only person who had saved Charlotte, comforted her soul, and was the only person she could open her heart to, had almost embarked on a path that would leave her forever. How could Charlotte, who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside, endure this? Unable to bear to see Charlotte like this, Sigmund turned his head away and looked towards the center of the crater. When he saw the scene there, Sigmund's eyes shined and he cried out, "Charles, look over there." Hearing Sigmund's voice, everyone was startled and they all looked over. Soon after, the eyes of the group of people lit up. They saw that in the center of the empty crater, several figures suddenly appeared. They were 6 young girls who were as beautiful as flowers. They were dressed in black and had curtains hanging in front of their faces. Behind the 6 girls, there were 2 other people. One of them was a man wearing a silver mask and a luxurious cloak. The other was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a tall and sturdy body. He was as strong as a soldier. The former was Magnus. The latter was the dean who should have died. The dean didn't die? Flay cried out in pleasant surprise. Magnus? Lei Zhen's expression turned serious. So that's the case. Magnus protected the dean? Charlotte's spirit was immediately shaken. The gloominess on her face was swept away. The dean didn't die. In that case, there was still room for redemption. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. Right at this moment, a cold and elegant voice sounded from behind Charlotte's group. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Kimberly's figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The eyes hidden behind the spectacles turned to look at Kimberly. Kimberly lightly snorted and turned around. "The few of you, come with me." After saying that, Kimberly left without hesitation, without giving anyone a chance to object. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They could only follow her. Chapter 1667. Walpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, Central Great Hall, bringing Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon with him. Wu Yen passed through the lobby of the first floor. They went up the stairs and arrived at the third floor. Walking down a quiet corridor, they arrived at a door under the dim illumination of the lights. Squeak! Almost at the same time, the door opened by itself. A man wearing a deacon's suit, colored glasses on his face, and short silver hair that leaned toward white held the door handle. As he opened the door, he stood inside the door expressionlessly. However, there was a trace of uncontrollable vigilance in his eyes. This sense of vigilance isn't just directed at Wu Yen, it's also directed at the 5 girls standing behind Wu Yen. They're wearing white with red edges and a red pleated skirt. They look like a squad. Only Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria glanced at Shinobu. Wu Yen, Natsuki, and Ikaros didn't even look at Shinobu. Instead, they focused on the other side of the door. It's been hard on you, Scarletus." The elegant young man stood by the window at the very front. He turned around with a smile that seemed both joyful and excited as he exclaimed in amazement. That arrow just now was just too shocking. Its destructive power was even higher than Tyrantrex's demonic sword. What exactly is that bow? Is it some kind of magic equipment with a magic circuit? What kind of magic circuit could it be? A few of them seemed to be curious. She threw out a question that sounded like an interrogation, but Wu Yen didn't have any intention of answering. He just led the girls inside. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon followed behind Wu Yen while sizing up the annoying grin on the young man's face. They had their own thoughts about it. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon did not come here with Wu Yen last time. Even though they knew someone was trying to use Wu Yen, they did not know what the person looked like. However, the 3 girls had different thoughts when they first saw the young man. They did not share the same thoughts. Nagisa felt the same way. The young man might be handsome with a charming smile, but no matter how you looked at him, it made one's hair stand on end. Kanon felt the same way. She felt the same way about the young man. Apart from his noble temperament, he also had a dark and eerie presence like a poisonous snake. Natsuki squinted her eyes. As he looked at the young man, an interesting smile appeared on his face at some point. While Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon were observing the young man was also looking at the 3 girls. Looking at the young and calm Natsuki, the bright and cute Nagisa, and the pure and holy Kanon, the young man looked like he was admiring a work of art. He kept praising them. "It's really beautiful. It doesn't pale in comparison to Magnus' squadron at all. Or rather, in terms of appearance, your automaton is more attractive. I wonder if it can compare to Magnus in terms of performance?" Once again, Wu Yen chose to ignore the boy's inexplicable remark. Masayuki, who was standing by the door, was extremely displeased, but she couldn't do anything about it. Last time, when he faced Wu Yen, he only used an automaton to threaten the person Shinobi had sworn to protect. And now, all 5 of the other party's automaton were present. Even if their performance couldn't be compared to the angelic girl who had placed the laser sword on the neck of the true lord rank, they definitely wouldn't be any worse. Shinobi didn't have the confidence to deal with 5 of them alone. Thus, no matter how unhappy Shinobi was, he could only endure it. Compared to Shinobi, the young man didn't seem to care at all. He shrugged and looked out the window with a smile. "Looks like your target is still alive and well." Wu Yan's eyes flashed for a split second before he walked over to the window and looked out of it. This was the 3rd floor of the central lecture hall. The venue of the night meeting was behind the central lecture hall. It was on the lawn between the medical department and the law department. From the window on the 3rd floor of the central lecture hall, one could clearly see the situation of the night meeting. Of course, that place was now replaced by a huge crater. Wu Yen can see the guards forming a cordon around the huge crater. They are chasing the students out of the crater. The Discipline and Discipline Committee members are assisting the guards in collecting the evidence of the students who are present. Other than the guards and disciplinary committee members, even the professors were chased out of the crater. There were only 2 people left in the crater. They weren't the guards or disciplinary committee members. Magnus, who was wearing a silver mask and a black cloak that looked like a battle robe. The dean of the academy, who should have been annihilated by the arrow of the meteor knight, could not be any more dead. At this moment, the principal was conversing with Magnus, who was leading his squadron. It seemed that they were discussing something. The dean's back was facing the central lecture hall, so Wu Yen and the other 2 couldn't see the dean's expression clearly. Magnus, on the other hand, is wearing an ice cube face and a mask. From the surface, it's impossible to tell what the 2 of them are discussing. However, Wu Yen and the young man could guess what they were talking about just by guessing. Looks like in order to prevent himself from being ambushed by some inexplicable people again, the cautious Sir Dean is planning to let the number 1 in the academy, Marshall, who is currently the closest to the Demon King, be his guard to protect his safety. As if he had seen a happy scene, the young man smiled happily. Next, if you want to kill the dean, you'll have to face that monster. Monster? Wu Yen looked at the young man. This was the first time he spoke since he entered the executive department. You're scared of Magnus? Scared? Scared? How can I not be scared? Although he said that, the young man didn't seem to care at all. Magnus Squadron is a super powerful automaton that can fight against 13 people. Even if they really go up against them, they won't be able to do anything, right? Lucian thought to himself. Magnus Squadron is a super powerful automaton that can fight against 13 people. Yes. The young man turned around and looked at Wu Yen. Of course, if the complete control vibration is at the level you mentioned last time, I won't be scared no matter how many of them come. This sentence clearly exposed the fact that the young man still cared about the vector manipulation Wu Yen mentioned last time. Wu Yen looked at the young man with a faint smile. He wanted to let the young man know that Wu Yen wouldn't reveal anything. Then what do you plan to do next? The young man curled his lips in boredom. If you don't kill the dean, even if I don't do it, the Granville family will still have their eyes on Angelique. By then, unless you guys stay by her side 24/7, Angelique will not be able to resist without any power. In the face of such an obvious threat, Wu Yan's expression didn't change from start to finish. Instead, he looked at the boy with pity in his eyes, causing the boy to retract his smile. Without waiting for the young man to say anything, Wu Yan turned around and walked outside. You're being hunted. The young man kindly reminded. I have a way to hide my identity, don't you need me to help you? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He turned around and taunted her. Do you think everyone is as shameful as you are? With that, Wu Yan led the girls out of the executive department's meeting hall without looking back. It wasn't until Wu Yan left that the young man's expression finally turned gloomy. Young master? Zhen asked with a gloomy expression. Could it be that he has already seen through me? The young man was silent for a while before smiling. Anyway, judging from his attitude, he'll still play with us, right? Hearing this, his heart trembled slightly. In his master's heart, that person changed from a flag to a player? Chapter 1668. Kimberly was sitting on a rather luxurious chair in the middle of the room filled with bookshelves and books. She closed her eyes and tapped her fingers on the armrest, letting the sound echo in the air. Yaya was making tea beside her, but it was obvious that she was absent-minded. Charlotte, on the other hand, was holding Angelette's hand and standing in front of Kimberly with Flay and Raisin. They were all silent as they waited for Kimberly to speak. Sigmund was standing on the back of one of the GARM series automatons. He was standing in the corner of the room with 5 other GARM series automatons. This scene was maintained for a full 10 to 20 minutes, but there was not a single person who spoke, causing the surrounding atmosphere to be filled with a strange sense of heaviness. Perhaps Wu Yan's attack on the dean had a huge impact on Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and the others. At least, even the most impatient Charlotte was holding Angelette's hand and didn't say anything. If it was under normal circumstances, perhaps this indescribable silence would have been broken. Of course, the owner of the room, Kimberly, didn't intend to let the silence last for too long. A few minutes later, Kimberly opened her eyes. His somewhat cold gaze landed on Angeliet's body. "Actually, I really want to capture you and interrogate you directly." Angeliet was clearly shocked by this sentence. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and she couldn't help but hide behind Charlotte. "Teacher Kimberly." Charlotte quickly hugged Angeliette's shoulder and glared at Kimberly. "This has nothing to do with Angeliette, right? What nonsense are you talking about?" Kimberly glanced at Charlotte. "Do you really think that Angeliette had nothing to do with this matter?" Charlotte opened her mouth slightly, but she couldn't refute Kimberly's words. "It doesn't matter if Mariette had anything to do with Wu Yan's assassination attempt on the dean. She seems to know something." Lei Jin chimed in like he's trying to do justice to Wu Yan. After all, before Wu Yan made his move, Angeliette had indeed arrived. Angeliette had indeed come to the scene and had, Tyrant Rex, stop him. This also proved that Angeliette had known beforehand that he would make a move on the headmaster, right? "Correct, correct." Kimberly's voice was so calm that it was reminiscent of a machine. She said to the others, "Of course. I'm curious as to why the second daughter of Count Bilao, who has been missing for many years, would suddenly appear in the academy. I'm even more suspicious about the fact that she became a student of the academy." After hearing Kimberly's words, Charlotte recalled something and spoke to Angeliette in agitation. "Angeliette, where have you been all these years? Do you know how worried I was? Where's Mom? You're together, right?" Faced with Charlotte's endless questions, Angeliette looked at Charlotte with a pained expression, but she didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. "Angeliette." Charlotte couldn't help but raise her voice when she saw that Angeliette didn't want to say anything. "Deal with your family matters after this." Kimberly interrupted Charlotte's questioning with dissatisfaction as she glanced at Angeliette. "I just want to know if the reason Scarlet Eyes tried to assassinate the dean has anything to do with you?" Angeliette's shoulders trembled. Charlotte, who was holding her, immediately understood. Kimberly, Flay, Lei Zhen and the others also understood. Then, Flay involuntarily took a step forward. She was a little timid, but she also spoke with some hope. Wu Yan's assassination on the dean wasn't his own idea, right? Angeliette still didn't answer. She only buried her head in Charlotte's arms as if she didn't want to say anything. But it was precisely because of this that it confirmed the authenticity of the sentence just now. Could it be that he was threatened by someone? Charlotte shook her head in disbelief. She said in a negative tone while shaking her head, "That's impossible. He's so strong that even Magnus was once suppressed by him. When I practiced with him, even if I used all my strength, I could only barely fight against his automaton. I've never won against that one." "You've never won against an automaton?" Raisin was shocked. "You're one of the members of the 13. Apart from Magnus, no one else would dare to say that they have a 100% chance of defeating you, right? You can't even do anything to an automaton like him." "I don't want to, but it's the truth." Charlotte smiled bitterly. "His strength is already at a level where he's in a different dimension from me. Just like Magnus, he doesn't give off the feeling of being the strongest. He's invincible." "Indeed. Wu Yan is the same as Magnus. They're both the type that's strong enough to make others despair." Raisin was still unwilling, but he still said that. "If that's the case, no one can threaten someone as powerful as him, right? That's why I said you're all brats?" Kimberly mocked. "No matter how strong a person is, they can't be stronger than an army. There's nothing they can't use to their advantage. Not to mention..." Kimberly looked at Angeliette meaningfully. "The bargaining chip that can be used to threaten him is right in front of you." "What do you mean?" Charlotte instinctively stood in front of Angeliette as though she was trying to cover up her uneasiness. She spoke loudly. "Are you trying to say that Angeliette is being used as a bargaining chip?" "I see." Compared to Charlotte, who couldn't accept it, Raisin was enlightened. If someone told Wu Yan that Angeliette would die if he didn't kill the dean, then it would make sense. Wah. Charlotte sucked in a breath of cold air and shook her head frantically. Impossible. He has nothing to do with Angelette, right? Why would he kill the dean for Angelette? Mr. Wu Yen didn't kill the dean to save me. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, Angelette couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her head and shouted at Charlotte with a pale face. Mr. Wu Yen killed the dean for you, big sister. W for me. Charlotte was dumbfounded. It seems like the situation is clear now. Kimberly sighed. Didn't the mastermind tell Scarlet Eyes that if they don't kill the headmaster, Angelique will die? Instead, they said that if they don't kill the headmaster, Tyrantrex's sister will die? Right. At this point, who wouldn't be clear? Indeed, Wu Yen wasn't blackmailed into assassinating the dean for Mariette's sake, he did it for Charlotte's sake. Because if he didn't rescue her, it might cause her death. Charlotte, who had gone through untold hardships and came to the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy to study in order to reunite her family and tried her best to become the Demon King, would be in so much pain that she wouldn't be able to extricate herself from it. Wu Yen, it's because he didn't want Charlotte to suffer that he went to save Angelette, who has nothing to do with him. He didn't even hesitate to be threatened and become a criminal who would be sentenced to death. How could this be? Charlotte muttered absent-mindedly as she powerlessly collapsed on the ground. So it's all my fault. Flay couldn't help but turn her head away when she saw Charlotte's absent-minded appearance. Kimberly and Lejeune also couldn't help but sigh. Big sister? Angelette's gaze fluctuated violently. She bit her lips. As expected, Mr. Wu Yen was a special existence to Big Sister. Lady Big Sister? In front of everyone present, Angelette squeezed out those words with a trembling voice. If you want to save Mr. Wu Yen, then kill me. Charlotte's absent-minded eyes shrunk to the size of a needle. Chapter 1669. Just kill me. His trembling voice resounded clearly in the entire room, and also clearly passed into the ears of everyone present. Flay, Kimberly, Ryzen, Ye, and the others' expressions changed when they heard those words. Charlotte was even more stunned. Angelique. Beside her, Sigmund, who was standing on the back of one of the Garm series automatons, couldn't help but speak sternly. Do you know what you're saying? Angelique forced a miserable smile. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you want to use your own death to free the Scarlet Eyes from the threat of the mastermind behind the scenes? Kimberly didn't know why, but she had an angry expression on her face. You don't even know how to cherish your own life. What a foolish action. Once again, Angelette bit her lip. She overcame her cowardice and refuted Kimberly's words. If I don't do this, how am I supposed to save Mr. Wu Yen? The mastermind behind the entire incident is using Angelique's life as a threat. That's how he managed to make Wu Yen assassinate the school dean. If the person being used as a threat were to die, the mastermind would no longer have a reason to threaten Wu Yen and Wu Yen. At least, that's what everyone here thought. Do you think that fellow will be happy if you do this? Raisin took a step forward and looked directly at Angelique. You're the person he's willing to become a criminal to save. If you're willing to give up on yourself, wouldn't everything he's done be in vain? Mr. Wu Yen didn't do it to save me. Angelique shook her head and explained with an expression as if she was about to cry. Mr. Wu Yen only saved me for my big sister. So, Kimberly sneered. You think you're dead? The Scarlet Eyes won't be threatened anymore. Furthermore, you'll be able to escape the crime of assassinating the school dean. Will your big sister be happy? Mariette's mouth opened slightly, opening and closing like a goldfish's mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Don't say any more. Charlotte, who was sitting on the ground, raised her head abruptly. His soulless expression disappeared in an instant. Instead, his face was filled with determination. He wiped his face and stood up. I won't let you die. Big sister, Angelette said excitedly. But Mr. Wu Yen, I will bring him back. Charlotte clenched her fists. Definitely. His determination is not bad. When Charlotte made up her mind, Kimberly poured cold water on her mercilessly. However, don't you think you're oversimplifying things? Charlot, Henriette, Flay, Lejeune Yaya, and the others were slightly stunned. Do you think someone who can threaten Scarlet Eyes is just some random person? Kimberly used a lecturing tone and narrowed her eyes. If he's someone you can deal with in an instant, then with Scarlet Eyes' strength, he won't compromise. You mean? Lejeune said uncertainly. He's stronger than Wu Yen. In this school, there's someone who dares to say he's stronger than Scarlet Eyes. Even Magnus can't say that, right? Kimberly said with admiration and coldness. Just like what Charlotte said, Scarlet Eyes and Magnus are already powerhouses of a different dimension. Although the night gathering has only just begun, in terms of strength alone, the two of them are already qualified to stand in the position of Demon King. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but they agreed with it from the bottom of their hearts. Magnus had already broken the record in the history of the Academy, and was the super genius with the highest score in all of history. In his squadron, every automaton is the highest level existence and has the highest level of performance. Just one of them is enough to fight against 13 people. With 6 of them added together, even a real Demon King wouldn't dare to say he's stronger than him. As for Wu Yen, although his strength was short-lived, every single one of his automaton can fight against 13 people. In terms of numbers, they're not inferior to Magnus. On top of that, Wu Yan's squadron has a perfect combination of magic circuits. Attack, defense, healing, support, and long-range attacks are all taken care of. If they were to fight in a team battle, Magnus' squadron might even be weaker than Wu Yan's squadron. How could such an existence be threatened by a random person who came out of nowhere? No one dares to say they're stronger than Wu Yen? Lejeune pondered for a moment before he lifted his head. In other words, the opponent might not be a single person, but an entire faction? Hearing that, Charlotte, Flay, and the others were shocked. You're quite quick-witted. Kimberly nodded in praise before changing the topic. Actually, recently, there's reliable news that proves that the Kingsford family is trying their best to contact the Dean in private. The Kingsford family? Charlotte tilted her head in confusion. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. Felix, you're saying that the one who's secretly threatening Wu Yen with Angelette's life is the Kingsford family? Lejeune looked at Angelette. Angelette seemed to be very afraid of Lejeune. She hid behind Charlotte and refused to say a word. Although it's only a guess, it's very reasonable, isn't it? Kimberly looked at everyone present. Because of what happened to Felix, the Kingsford family was attacked by the organizations that the students Felix killed belonged to, causing the Kingsford family to completely lose power in England. There were 2 people who made all of this happen. The one who defeated and arrested Felix is Wu Yen. Lejeune's gaze sharpened. And the dean who announced Felix's true identity and convicted him of his crimes. That's right. As long as the dean who convicted Felix is killed, the Kingsford family will be able to do something. Kimberly nodded. For example, there's a rumor that the political enemy of the Kingsford family roped in the dean and had the dean slander the eldest son of the Kingsford family and killed the dean, the only person who knew about it. What a ridiculous conjecture! Lejeune retorted bluntly. Compared to this, there must be more people who would believe that the Kingsford family sent someone to assassinate the dean in order to take revenge on him for causing the Kingsford family to lose their power, right? Perhaps you don't know this, but the Kingsford family has a very good reputation. Kimberly said. They've been doing charity work for many years, so the Kingsford family has a very high position in the hearts of the people. The public will usually side with the people they like. On top of that, Felix used to be very popular in the academy and always appeared kind and benevolent in front of others. Which one do you think the people will believe between the 2 public opinions? Then, Flay's expression became uncertain. If Wu Yen killed the dean, the Kingsford family will push him out to be the scapegoat. Kimberly said, as long as he's the subordinate of the political enemy of the Kingsford family who colluded with the Dean to frame the eldest son of the Kingsford family and killed the Dean, the Kingsford family will be able to smoothly return to the political scene. The people who are in the way will all shut up because of the public opinion. Bang! Right after Kimberly said those words, Charlotte slammed the bookshelf beside her. Her face and eyes were burning with anger. I will absolutely not let them succeed. After saying those words, Charlotte turned around and ran out of the room while holding Angelette's hand. Chase after them. Kimberly ordered Flay and Lejeune coldly. Don't let her do anything foolish. Flay and Lejeune finally reacted and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 1670. Seal. At the same time Charlot pulled Angeliette out of the door, Flay brought the Garm series automaton, Raisin brought Yaya, and Sigmund flapped his wings and chased after them. Calm down, Seal. Sigmund landed on Charlotte's beret and spoke sternly with the words he always used to warn Charlotte. If you act so recklessly, not only will you fail to save Wu Yen, you might even lose your life. Sister, you can't go. Angelette held Charlotte's hand tightly and shook her head desperately. Even if it's sister, you're no match for them. Then do you want me to just stand by and do nothing? Charlotte screamed with a face full of agitation. He's in this state because of me, and the mastermind is the Kingsford family. I'm the one who set up the trap for Felix, and I'm the one who dragged him out. However, I was too naive and didn't expect Felix to attack me. That's why Wu Yen had no choice but to fight Felix. So, I should be the one who caused the Kingsford family to lose their power. Charlotte's eyes were wet as she spoke. But now, not only is he being used by others because of me, he's also bearing the consequences for me. How can I just stand by and do nothing? In the end, the fact that the Kingsford family is the mastermind is just teacher Kimberly's guess. Lejeune chased after them with Yaya. She glared at Charlotte. Everything is just a guess. Who knows if it's true? But you said it yourself. It's impossible for a single person to be able to threaten him. Only by relying on the power of an entire force could they possibly threaten him, right? Charlotte was unmoved. It seemed that she had completely believed that the mastermind behind this was the Kingsford family. Although the Kingsford family has lost their power, their influence is still not enough. However, his influence is still not something a normal person can compare to. Wu Yen alone. No matter how strong he is, an individual's strength is limited, isn't it? According to what you said, there are forces that are comparable to the Kingsford family. How can you be sure that it is the Kingsford family? Lejeune's voice grew louder. Even if the Kingsford family is behind this, as you said, the power of one person is limited. Do you think you can fight against the Kingsford family by yourself? Even if I can't, I'll go. Charlotte shouted. I won't let him bear all this alone. After that, Charlotte turned around once more and wanted to run away. Her two hands were tightly gripped by a pair of slender yet strong hands. Big sister? Angeliette pursed her lips stubbornly. You can't go. Wu Yen definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. Flay used her red eyes, which were usually filled with weakness but were now filled with determination, to look at Charlotte. He killed the Dean because of you. So, at the very least, please calm down. Only then can you bring him back, right? Charlotte lowered her head, hiding her expression under her dazzling bangs. Not long after, sparkling liquid silently slid down her face and dripped onto the ground. Sigh. Sigmund sighed. Now, what we can be sure of is that the other party isn't just one person. It's an influential force. Otherwise, Wu Yen wouldn't have compromised and Angeliette wouldn't have been able to wander around the academy so freely. She even came to our side. The other party is using Angeliette as a hostage to threaten Wu Yen. Lejeune calmly analyzed. Logically speaking, since Angeliette is with us, the hostage should have been rescued, right? Is there a need for that guy to submit? This proves that the other party has the confidence to threaten Angeliette's life at any time. Sigmund's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. For example, there's someone nearby who's constantly monitoring Angeliet. Hearing that, everyone's body tensed up. That's not the same, there's someone watching. Lejeune turned his gaze towards Angeliet, sizing up her curvaceous body. You stinky man. Angeliet's pretty face immediately turned pale, and she retreated a few steps. What do you want to do to me? Lejeune. Yaya's expression was as fierce as an Azura's. You're actually looking at this vixen with such a perverted gaze. Could it be that you've taken a liking to her? At least at this time, can you seriously consider the meaning of my actions? Lejeune's serious expression crumbled as he screamed like a madman. I'm just wondering if there's a magic bomb or something like pain planted on Angeliet's body. If that's the case, then it makes sense why the other party allowed Angeliet to run around freely. In any case, if Wu Yen or Angeliet wanted to resist, they could detonate some sort of threat in Angeliet's body and everything would be over. The other party must have the confidence to keep Angeliet's life in their hands, that's why they allowed her to run around freely. Of course, there's also the possibility that there's someone watching Angeliet all the time, ready to take her life at any time. But at the very least, no one here noticed anyone watching them. Flay even asked the automaton of the Garm series to sniff around the surroundings. However, they still did not manage to sniff out the presence of another person in the surroundings. Angeliet. Charlotte seemed to have pulled herself together. She pulled Angeliet's hand and spoke with a worried expression. Did they do anything to you? Angeliet fell silent, and then slowly broke free from Charlotte's grip. Please don't meddle in my affairs anymore, big sister. Angeliet lowered her head, her low voice echoing in the room. Mr. Wu Yen is being threatened, sister is in so much pain, and everyone is so worried because of me. So, don't worry about me and let me run my own course. This way, Mr. Wu Yen will be able to return. What nonsense are you spouting? Charlotte said angrily. You're my sister, how can I let you run your own course? Angeliet glanced at Charlotte and clenched her teeth. She didn't say anything else and ran into the depths of the forest. Wait, Angeliet? Charlotte was shocked. She wanted to chase after Angeliet but Sigmund stopped her. Let Angeliet go. Sigmund, why are you? Just like Sigmund said, let Angeliet leave our side for now. Lejeune interrupted Charlotte's words. Next, we need to think of a way to bring Wu Yen back. For this, there are many things we need to discuss. If there really is someone watching Angeliet's surroundings, wouldn't bringing Angeliet with us expose our movements to the enemy as well? Charlotte was speechless, but she still spoke with a face full of worry. But I'm afraid Angeliet will take things too hard. Angeliet is the only bargaining chip that can threaten Wu Yen. They won't let this chip slip away. Sigmund said in a deep voice. We can rest assured about Angeliet's safety for now. Charlotte hesitated. After a while, she let out a sigh. I understand. But, do you want to get involved as well? He saved me before. Flay said without hesitation. This time, it's my turn to save him. I'm not that familiar with him. Lejeune and Yaya looked at each other and smiled. However, we agreed to fight again during the award ceremony. If he runs away just like that, I will be troubled. You all? Charlotte turned around and let her choked voice resound in the surroundings. Idiots. Well, in short, let's form a battle line first. Lejeune smiled and became serious again. Wu Yan's target is the school head. Since the school head is still alive, Wu Yen will definitely find him again. We must stop him from killing the school head. Sigmund's voice was strong and forceful. Once he kills the school head, no matter how many difficulties we have, we will not be able to salvage the situation. Charlot and Flay glanced at each other and nodded their heads heavily. Chapter 1671. Walpurgis Kingly School of Engineering, Griffin Lodge. Charlotte opened the door to her room and brought Sigmund in. She waved her hand and closed the door behind her. She went to her own bed and fell on it. Logically speaking, since the curfew had passed, even if Charlotte was one of the 13, she should have been scolded by the dormitory supervisor for not locking the door when she came back. In the past, it wasn't as if Charlotte hadn't sneaked out at night. Every time, the warden of the Griffin hut would give her a good scolding. However, tonight, Charlotte returned to her room without a hitch. The reason was none other than the glove-bearers who were qualified to join the night gathering had the right to postpone their return to their dorm during the night gathering. After all, the night meeting would last until midnight every night, even if the battle ended earlier. Therefore, for the convenience of the glove-bearers, the dormitory supervisor would give them the spare key to the main door during the night gathering, allowing them to decide on the time and return to their dorm freely. Thanks to this, Charlotte didn't have to be scolded by the dormitory supervisor at night. Otherwise, with her current agitation, she would have flipped out. She buried her face in her bed and smelled the fragrance from her body. However, Charlotte's mind was in a mess. It wasn't Charlotte's fault. After all, too many things had happened tonight. First, the battlefield of the night assembly was destroyed, and the dean's life was targeted. Then, the battlefield of the night assembly was destroyed. The one who targeted the dean's life was none other than Charlotte's only friend in the academy, or rather, in the world. Her long-lost sister suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte and asked her to stop her only friend from murdering the dean. After everything was over for the time being, one after another, the inside stories were revealed. Charlotte's sister was taken as a hostage by someone else. In order to save her sister, Charlotte's only friend had no choice but to assassinate the dean and become a criminal worthy of capital punishment. The mastermind behind this is most likely someone that Charlotte admired in the past but tried to frame Charlotte. In the end, Charlotte found out and caused Felix's family to lose their influence in the political world. Also, the Felix family. It should have been Charlotte's own responsibility, but she ended up letting her only friend, her only younger sister, shoulder everything for her. Charlotte, who looked strong but was actually very weak, almost couldn't breathe when the truth came out one after another. She shed tears. Sigmund. Charlotte opened her mouth in a low voice. Tell me, am I a person who brings misfortune to the people around me? Sigh. Sigh. Sigmund seemed to have expected Charlotte to have such a thought. He sighed. Sighed. Do you think everything is your fault? Am I wrong? Charlotte hugged the blanket tightly and buried her head in it. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't control my automaton properly and let it bite someone, Count Bilo's family wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Father, mother, and Anli wouldn't have all disappeared. If Anli didn't go missing, she wouldn't have been taken as a hostage. She's being used to threaten my only friend. Charlotte's voice was getting lower and lower. Those who are close to me all met with misfortune and those around me left me one after another. Isn't this enough to prove that I'm a person who brings misfortune to others? So, do you think you should be responsible for the misfortune you brought to others? Sigmund landed in front of Charlotte and stared at her who buried her head in the blanket. The reason you want to stop Wu Yen is because he's doing something you should be responsible for, right? Of course not. Of course not. Charlot immediately raised his head and looked at Sigmund as he denied it. Because he's my friend, I can't watch him become a criminal who will be ostracized by everyone. Furthermore, he did it for me. Just because he's your friend? Sigmund seemed to be trying to see through Charlotte's heart as he stared into her eyes. Don't tell me you don't think of him as a member of the opposite sex? Charlotte's eyes trembled violently as she became agitated. She wanted to say something, but in the end, the agitation in her eyes turned into sadness. Sigmund's real age was more than 10 times Charlotte's. Ever since Charlotte was born, Sigmund had always been by her side and had never left. Perhaps Charlotte's father didn't understand her, her mother didn't understand her, and even her sister, Juliette, didn't understand her. However, Sigmund was definitely the person who understood her the most in the world. It was impossible for Charlotte's true thoughts to be hidden from Sigmund. He would be able to see through her with a single glance. And that was the truth. You think you don't have the right to like Wu Yen, right? Every word of Sigmund's struck Charlotte's heart. Because you think you're an unfortunate woman. Liking someone will only bring misfortune to him. Because you think you need to revive the Bilo family and find your family. That's why you don't have time to waste on liking someone. Because you used to like Felix. If you fall in love with Wu Yan now, you're an inattentive and frivolous woman. Sigmund lowered his voice and slowly revealed all of Charlotte's worries. I'm right, aren't I? Charlotte went silent. That was a sign of being speechless. In response, Sigmund scolded Charlotte for the first time. Wu Yan can become a criminal who might be sentenced to capital punishment for you. Don't you dare to be mistaken as a frivolous woman for Wu Yan. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Charlotte. That's right. If Wu Yan can become a criminal for her sake and to save her sister, then why can't she become a frivolous woman for his sake? Even if outsiders look at me like that, even if they look down on me, despise me, and spurn me, so what? In the academy, didn't he also live under the same gazes of others? However, Wu Yan bore the weight of these gazes and approached me, becoming my one and only. Then I just need to grab hold of this one and only, right? Anyway, this is how I've been living my life, isn't it? At this moment, all the confusion in Charlotte's heart was swept away, and the thoughts in her mind became clear all of a sudden. I'm sorry, Sigmund. Charlotte sat up and hugged Sigmund. A peaceful smile appeared on her face. Indeed, I've been using the term frivolous woman to avoid my true feelings. I've even forgotten that he's the one who brought light to my life. Are you finally willing to face your true feelings? Sigmund's calm voice was filled with excitement. Indeed, you and Wu Yan have only known each other for a short time. In fact, you were in love with another person not long ago. However, the one who brought light to your life was Wu Yan. When you suffered setbacks, loneliness, and fear, the one who helped you stand up again was Wu Yan. Thus, it is natural for you to like Wu Yan. Sigmund advised. Unlike Felix, who only existed in your imagination, Wu Yan is the one who is worthy of your pursuit. Charles, you must not forget your true feelings. I won't. Sigmund. Charlotte looked out of the window and looked at the full moon and stars hanging high in the night sky. Her resolute words gradually echoed in the cold room. I will bring him back. Not because he is my friend, and not because I feel like I owe him, but because he is the person I like the most. Chapter 1672. The sky was blue and the morning light shone. The cold morning breeze swept across the entire Walpurgis Wang-Li Machine Learning Academy, whistling and blowing to every corner. In the cold breeze, the grass swayed, the leaves flew, and the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects turned into echoes in the forest and gradually spread out, making the morning more peaceful than the night. However, no matter how peaceful it was just on the surface. Whether it was those in the know or those with sharp senses, they could faintly sense that during this period of time, Walpurgis Wang-Li Machine Learning Academy would not be too peaceful. As a matter of fact, what happened last night had spread throughout the entire Walpurgis Wang-Li Machine Learning Academy in a short span of a night. Nowadays, there was almost no one in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy who didn't know about this. The fourth member of the 13, Scarlet Eyes, had destroyed the venue of the night gathering when he won the first battle of the night gathering. He even almost killed the principal. It couldn't be helped. There were too many people at the venue of the night gathering last night. Even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 700 to 800. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan used some kind of defensive means to protect the people at the venue, but he left the principal alive and attacked the principal. There were too many people who saw it. There were too many witnesses. Even if they wanted to deny it, how could they deny it? As for why the fourth of the 13, Scarlet Eyes, who defeated Felix, attacked the principal, the outsiders didn't understand. However, in this world, the most unstoppable thing was rumors. As a result, in response to Scarlet Eyes' attack on the venue of the night gathering, Scarlet Eyes, guess after guess turned into rumors. Instantly, the news spread throughout the Walpurgis Wang-Li School of Mechanics. Of course, rumors were just rumors. When it fell into the ears of the wise, they knew it couldn't be any more fake and could only be treated as a joke after a meal. However, as the saying went, even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. Some of the rumors poked at something that was extremely unfavorable to the principal and Wu Yan. It also fell into the hands of some people with bad intentions. Charlotte, who was having breakfast with Sigmund in the student cafeteria, overheard the conversation among the students. Who would have thought that the newcomer, Scarlet Eyes, would actually do something like destroying the night meeting? It's not as simple as destroying the night gathering. Back then, everyone at the venue was protected by an unknown magic spell, only the principal wasn't protected. On top of that, the arrow shot by Scarlet Eyes that was attacking in midair was also aimed at the dean. Needless to say, Scarlet Eyes must be trying to assassinate the dean. How dare he offend the symbol of the Academy's authority? He's going to be sentenced to death. I thought something was wrong. Say, a freshman who just transferred to the Academy was already in the limelight and suppressed Magnus before he even entered the Academy. How could a normal person do that? That Scarlet Eyes must be a genius that was specially nurtured by some force, faction? Could it be a faction that doesn't get along with Felix's Kingsford family? If that's the case, then the matter of Felix being a Kaibal candy, that's right, it's very likely that he was slandered. Hearing this, a lot of noise in the student cafeteria quieted down, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Sigmund couldn't swallow his favorite chicken anymore. Charlotte's hand holding the cutlery couldn't help but tremble. However, the students who didn't notice this continued to brag. Speaking of which, I can't believe that Felix is a Cabalcandy. I still can't believe it. I think it's very suspicious too, but isn't that a crime that all the professors, guards, and disciplinary committee members testified and the dean personally judged? However, I've also heard that the dean refused the investigation team of the royal family of England and other forces to investigate the campus. Since we are certain that Felix is a Kaibal candy, why did he refuse other people's investigation? That's right. Also, don't you think the dean's judgment was too fast? So, the dean already judged Felix's crime as soon as he caught him. That's very suspicious. On top of that, Felix was captured by the Scarlet Eyes, and now, the Scarlet Eyes is here to assassinate the dean. In other words, Felix was set up by the dean and the Scarlet Eyes. Now, the Scarlet Eyes are trying to assassinate the dean and silence him so that the truth will never see the light of day again? That's very likely. That's very possible. After all, even Felix's ranking has been replaced by Scarlet Eyes by the dean. He's just a new student. Even if he's a bit strong, he shouldn't be given such a high ranking right away, right? So to speak, Scarlet Eyes is a genius raised by a certain hostile force of the Kingsford family. He snuck into the academy just to conspire with the dean and frame Felix so that the Kingsford family would fall, right? It's very possible. After all, we still don't know the background of Scarlet Eyes, don't we? Looks like Scarlet Eyes is an evil gang. Clang! At this moment, the sound of something smashing onto the ground rang out loudly, causing the entire student cafeteria to go completely silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. That was the sound of Charlotte standing up with all her might, causing the chair to fall heavily to the ground. Not only that, but a burst of berserk mana slowly rose from Charlotte's body. It was like a flame that could be seen with the naked eye and entered Sigmund's body, causing his body to emit a radiance of mana. Raising his head, Charlot used his cold, furious, and ruthless gaze to sweep through the entire student cafeteria. Everyone who was swept by his gaze revealed a horrified expression, their faces filled with shock. Then, Charlotte's low voice echoed above the student cafeteria. "I dare you to say one more bad word about me." There weren't many students in the cafeteria, but there were still over 100 of them. However, even though there were over 100 people present, not a single one of them made a sound. In fact, their faces were covered with sweat. That was to be expected. Who is this person? Her code name was Tyrant Rex. She was the legendary Tyrant Rex who was incomparably violent and would attack whenever she wanted to. She was the Tyrant Rex who dared to beat up the senior students, destroy the professors' research labs, and blow up the academy's lecture halls. Thus, there was not a single person here who wasn't confident. If there was anyone who dared to speak ill of Wu Yan again, the Tyrant Rex would definitely turn the entire cafeteria and even that person into ashes. No one would doubt that Charlotte was capable of doing that. Following Charlotte's outburst, the magic power on her body also started to spread through the entire cafeteria. All of the students present turned incomparably pale. Not to mention speaking, they did not even dare to move in the slightest. Tyrant Rex. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the entrance of the cafeteria. Charlotte looked toward the source of the voice. The next moment, Flay's gasping appearance as she stood there appeared before Charlotte's eyes. Soon after, Flay said something that caused Charlotte's expression to change on the spot. Fan Wuyen. Chapter 1673. Not far from the central lecture hall of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, there was a mansion-like building. This mansion-like building was the residence of the Dean of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, the strongest magician of the 19th century, Edward Rutherford. Rutherford's personal residence. At this very moment, armed guards were patrolling the surroundings of the mansion. They were very vigilant. Beside the armed guards, there were strange-looking robots that looked like they were made of white wood. Of course, the white material on the robot's body was not made of wood, but of a white metal sheet. The robots were wearing toy-like helmets on their heads. Some were big, some were small. The big ones were 2 meters tall, and the small ones were only the size of a child. Their bodies were made of white iron sheets, and they were holding shields, spears, knight swords, and other weapons. These white robots with weapons were the mass-produced automaton, the Heimgarder, that was assigned to every guard in the Walpurgis Wang-Li Robotics Academy. In terms of performance, these mass-produced automatons were naturally not comparable to the real high-level automatons. However, as a mass-produced automaton, their performance was not much weaker. At least, in terms of individual performance, the Heimgarder series automaton's performance was not any weaker than the Garm series automaton's performance. However, at this moment, each of the guards was equipped with one such automaton. At the very least, there were 20 to 30 of them following the guards around the dean's mansion on guard. Such tight security. Even if the opponent was a real Demon King-level puppet user, it would take a long time. It would take a long time to break through, let alone an ordinary puppet user. It would be impossible for them to break through such defenses. It could not be helped. Last night, the dean was almost assassinated. He almost lost his life. If it was not for the Academy's #1, Magnus, who knew if the dean would still be alive. Under such circumstances, how could the upper echelons of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy not be on alert and increase their defenses for the dean? Moreover, their enemy was the Scarlet Eyes, who was on par with the marshal. It was necessary to be on guard. While the guards were patrolling around the dean's mansion with their Heimgarder series automaton, on the rooftop of a building not far from the dean's mansion, a few figures were overlooking the scene. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Nagisa counted with her fingers and was speechless. 27 automatons and 27 guards. Are we really going to break in? The best way is to bypass the guards and use spatial teleportation to directly teleport into the mansion. Natsuki opened her parasol and placed it on her shoulder. She looked down while shielding herself from the sun. But it seems like that's not going to work. It was hard to detect, but anyone who was sensitive to mana would be able to notice it. Around the dean's residence, there was an extremely dim semicircular light film covering a radius of 10 to 20 meters, protecting the residents within. There were also some obscure runes on the light film. They were moving slowly like water ripples. A barrier? Wu Yen stood in front of the girls and he frowned when he saw the light barrier that normal people wouldn't be able to see. From the looks of it, it seems to be a barrier that can isolate the transmission of magic power, right? Mana from the outside won't be able to enter the barrier and mana from the inside won't be able to reach the outside. Naturally, magic from the outside won't be able to affect the inside. That's the nature of the barrier. Natsuki said calmly. If that's the case, even if I teleport into the barrier, my mana will be cut off the moment I enter the barrier. In other words, Teleportation will only bring us to the edge of the barrier. The moment we touch the barrier, the teleportation will fail and we'll be revealed. Wu Yan stroked his chin. If that's the case, we won't be able to teleport into the barrier. We won't be able to blow up the dean and his mansion. So, the conclusion is that we have to break in? Nagisa seemed to be excited and nervous at the same time. Then we have to, that's right. Natsuki nodded. If we want to enter the mansion and find the dean, we'll have to fight the guards. If that's the case, we might as well just barge in. Wu Yan made a decision. Take down all the guards. Ikaros and Astria nodded without hesitation. Nagisa and Kanon were a bit nervous. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. Why do I feel like you're excited? Am I? Wu Yan had an innocent look on his face. I'm being threatened, I'm being used. I have no choice but to kill the dean, how can I be excited? What are you up to now? Nothing. It's nothing. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the dean's mansion. I'm just thinking about how the strongest magician of the 19th century didn't even bother to pursue the matter. He didn't even send anyone to hunt down the assassin. Instead, he hid in his mansion and waited for the assassin to come. It's hilarious. Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were confused by Wu Yan's words. Natsuki smiled as she thought of something. Wu Yan suddenly voiced out in this inexplicable situation. Then let's go. From the moment the headmaster had returned to his residence last night, the surroundings of the headmaster's residence had been strictly forbidden. Apart from the guards, even the disciplinary committee members were not allowed to enter without the headmaster's orders. That's why it's easy for the security guards to patrol the area with their Heingarter automatons. Other than the dean and the security guards, no one is allowed to enter the mansion. As long as the intruder isn't the dean or the security guards can arrest the intruder on the spot. It's that simple. However, the simpler something is, the easier it is to make a mistake. The guards were only focused on patrolling and trying to find people who had entered the place, but they had completely forgotten about it. There's a possibility that the intruder will attack them. Whoosh! Just like that, a gust of cold wind started blowing around the dean's mansion. The temperature gradually dropped, even dimming the sunlight that shone down from the sky. A gust of cold mist mixed with white cold air suddenly blew in from all directions, instantly covering every corner of the scene. What's going on? What's going on? The guards did not even have time to activate their own mana before they were shocked by this sudden scene. By the time they realized that something was wrong, pieces of crystal-clear ice crystals were quietly falling from the sky like snowflakes. One of the guards didn't even notice that a snowflake-like ice crystal had landed on his shoulder. Immediately, the ice crystal bloomed like a lotus flower, and with a light, crisp sound, it turned into an ice flower. Then, the ice flower started spreading on the security guard's body. The guard didn't even have time to react. In less than a second, his entire body was covered in a huge ice flower and he was frozen. Chapter 1674. Ding! All the guards turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from when they heard the crisp sound. Immediately afterward, the group of guards saw with their own eyes that one of their companions had a vigilant expression on his face. He was completely unaware of what was happening to him. Without being able to react at all, he was frozen by a huge ice flower. When the guards saw their companion turning into a gigantic ice flower, pieces of crystal-clear ice crystals continued to fall from the sky onto the guards and the automatic puppets of the Heingarter series that they were equipped with. Ding, 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 ding. At that instant, clear and crisp sounds echoed around the entire dean's mansion. It was like the notes of a beautiful piece of music that reverberated rhythmically in the air. Ding, 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 ding. Every crisp sound was accompanied by a gigantic ice flower that bloomed. The guards were completely covered by the ice flowers that bloomed on their bodies with panic written all over their faces. At the same time, it transformed into a giant ice flower. Frozen by the giant ice flower were the automatons of the Heingarter series. Enemy attack. The guards finally understood what was going on. One by one, they yelled at the top of their lungs. However, it was already too late when they realized what was going on. Ding, 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 ding. Pieces of ice crystals silently fell on the bodies of the guards one by one, making light sounds. The gigantic ice flowers bloomed one after another and froze the guards one by one. The guards could only look on in panic, surprise, and horror as the ice flowers bloomed one after another. They were frozen in the ice flowers like specimens. The expressions of panic, surprise, and fear were still vividly displayed on his face. They were also reflected through the translucent ice flower. In less than a minute, the guards and automatic puppets of the Heingarter series around the dean's mansion were all frozen by the gigantic ice flowers. They were distributed around the dean's mansion lifelike. The entire place fell into a dead silence, not far from the dean's mansion, amidst the white cold mist that blew in the air. A few figures slowly walked out. Looking around at the guards and automatic puppets of the Heingarter series that were frozen in the gigantic ice flowers, Wu Yen curled his lips. Nice to look at but useless, indeed. 27 guards, 27 Heingarter series automatic puppets with high performance were all frozen in less than a minute. It was said that among the guards of the Walpurgis Wang-Li School of Mechanics, most of them were outstanding. Most of them were outstanding puppeteers and graduates who had completed 4 years of school. Each of them was comparable to a glove holder in terms of strength. They were not weak. Now, Wu Yen was certain that these guards who were comparable to a glove holder would only be around 70 or 80 in terms of strength based on the Night Gatherings ranking. Although a large part of the reason was that the guards were careless and were ambushed. That was why they were taken care of so quickly. But no matter what, 27 puppeteers and 27 automatic puppets were taken care of in an instant. It was a little unreasonable. With Wu Yan's strength, he was qualified to make such a comment. Natsuki. He looked up. Looking at the dean's mansion, Wu Yen spoke softly. How is it? I'm fine. Natsuki's figure suddenly appeared beside Wu Yen. I've checked it. It's just a barrier that isolates the transmission of magic. It doesn't have any defensive properties and it doesn't have any trap effects. There's no need to remove it, just go in. But Wu Yen lifted his feet and led the group of girls towards the entrance of the dean's mansion. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Wait. As the voice sounded, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. A giant dragon with a steel-colored body flew out from the forest in the distance. It rushed into the sky and circled around before it descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The ground shook slightly. The ground where the giant steel-colored dragon landed cracked and countless rocks scattered in all directions. The moment the giant steel-colored dragon landed on the ground, figures jumped from the back of the giant steel-colored dragon one after another. They were none other than Charlot, Flay, Raisin, Sigmund, and the 5 Garm series automatons that he had found. Charlot took a step forward excitedly when he saw Wu Yen and the group of girls standing in the center of the giant ice flowers. However, when he saw the guards frozen in the ice flowers, his gem-like eyes widened. Flay, Leijin, Yaya, and Sigmund all saw the expressions of panic, shock, and fear on the faces of the guards that were frozen in the ice flowers. Astonishment appeared on their faces. Could it be? Don't worry, they're not dead. They're just frozen. When Wu Yen saw the shocked expression on his friends' faces, he chuckled softly as though he could see through their thoughts. Heat up those ice flowers and melt the ice. They'll be able to come out safely. Of course, I can't guarantee that they won't catch a cold or have a fever. When Charlot and the others heard that, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, their hearts felt heavy. When they saw Wu Yan's carefree appearance and how there was not even a speck of dust on his body, as well as the calm expressions of the girls beside him, it was not difficult to imagine that these guards were merely here to deliver food to them. That was a total of 27 guards equipped with automatic puppets of the Heingarter series, whose performance was comparable to the automatic puppets of the Garm series. If they were to fight against such a group of guards alone, even if it was the strongest puppeteer in the academy other than Magnus, they would still have to consume a lot of magic power to deal with them even if they were not injured. However, Wu Yen was still the same as before. He had a lazy smile on his face. There was not even a single drop of sweat on his face. It is clear that his strength has exceeded the level of a student of the academy. Just like Magnus, he is a true demon king. When Charlot, Flay, Raisin, Yaya, and Sigmund were sizing up Wu Yen, they noticed something different about him. First of all, the group of beautiful girls were still wearing the same white knight battle uniform with red edges and a red pleated skirt. However, Wu Yen didn't wear his usual academy uniform. Instead, he wore a black shirt and black casual trousers with a black jacket. His entire outfit is pitch black. Similarly, in that group of young girls, one of the young girls was replaced by another young girl. The lively, cute, and cheerful Nagisa was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, other than Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, and Kanon, there was another girl beside Wu Yen. Charlot and the others did not recognize her at all. She was a beautiful girl with long, light golden hair that seemed to be able to change colors. She had a pair of blue eyes that flickered with flames. Her ears were slightly elongated like those of a fairy. She was exceptionally beautiful. The girl's long, light golden hair fluttered in the wind as if there was an invisible wind blowing. Every time her hair fluttered, the color on it would change into a rainbow. It was like a dreamy mirage. White cold mist fluctuated around her, causing the temperature to drop. Chapter 1675. Looking at the beautiful young lady who had a naive, romantic, and incomparably arrogant expression on her face, with white cold mist rolling around her and causing the surrounding temperature to drop, Charlot, Flay, Raisin, Sigmund, and the others became absent-minded. At the same time, their hearts also rose. Since there was a white cold mist rolling around the young girl that caused the temperature to drop continuously, then the one who caused the 27 guards equipped with the Heimgarder series of automaton to fall into a state of frost was undoubtedly her. Since she was able to take care of 27 guards equipped with the Heimgarder series automaton, if this girl was an automaton, her performance would not be inferior to any of the automatons present. Moreover, the magic circuit that she was equipped with was related to ice. Let me introduce her to everyone. Looking at Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, Yaya, and Sigmund who are staring at the seductress, Wu Yen extended his hand and placed it on the slender shoulder of the girl who is surrounded by a white cold mist. I should have told Charlotte that Nagisa has 2 personalities, right? 2 personalities? Charlotte was startled for a moment before she recalled it. She asked with an uncertain expression. You're saying Agrora, Nagisa's other personality? Wu Yen looked at Charlotte and the others and chuckled softly. A personality that will only appear when Nagisa is in battle. Charlotte and the others glanced at Agrora discreetly before withdrawing their gazes. Although no one in the room had ever heard of an automaton with dual personalities, and there was even one that would only switch out during a battle, there were quite a number of automatons that could transform into human forms. Then, after Nagisa activated her transformation ability, they would only see Agrora as an incarnation. An incarnation would suffice. If it were any other time, it would be hard for them not to be curious and properly inquire about Agrora. But no. However, it was not the time to ask about this. Let me introduce myself. In a situation like this, isn't it a bit of a killjoy? Raisin had a teasing expression on his face as if he did not understand the position of both sides. Why don't we go to the student cafeteria and have a seat first? Nice. It's rare for you to invite me. Wu Yen shrugged. Sorry, I still have something to do here. It won't be too late for me to go with you after I'm done with it. It'll be too late when you're done with it. Charlotte stood up involuntarily and shouted at Wu Yen excitedly. Her voice was filled with pleading. Come back with us. In. Wu Yen was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. This is the first time you didn't call me that guy or that pervert. Come back with me. You can listen to it as many times as you want in the future. I won't call you that anymore. Charlotte held back her tears and forced a smile. That's why, come back with us. It's rare for you to be this gentle today. Wu Yan looked at Charlotte with a surprised expression. He didn't say anything about Charlotte's request. If you were like this in the past, you would definitely be very popular. I don't need to be popular with others. Charlotte shouted sorrowfully. I only want you to listen to me this once. Just this once. Haha. Wu Yan scratched his face and spoke in a pretentious manner. This seems to be the first time you've begged me like this. What should I do? Yan. At this moment, Flay also took a step forward. With a timid yet pleading tone, she tried her best to squeeze out a voice. You can't kill the dean. If you kill the dean, you won't be able to make a comeback. Is that so? Wu Yan regained his composure and he continued with a calm expression. Unfortunately, I've already assassinated the dean once. However, the dean isn't dead yet. You have your own difficulties. You don't really want to kill the dean, do you? Lei Jin said in a deep voice. You should stop before you commit a grave mistake. As long as you tell the dean that you were used, then. Then what? Wu Yan interrupted Lei Jin and looked at him mockingly. Will the dean choose to believe me? Yes. Lei Jin wanted to say yes, but he couldn't say it no matter what. After all, even if the mastermind behind all of this wasn't the Kingsford family, it was still a major power on the same level as the Kingsford family. That kind of big power that occupied a high position in the political world had an extraordinarily wide influence. I'm not afraid to tell you that the other party even occupies a high position in the academy. Wu Yan shook his head. If you were to compare them to me, one side is just a student of the academy, the other side is a great power that can influence the political world and even infiltrate the upper echelons of the academy. If the two of us were to speak, who would others choose to believe? Yes. The answer was obvious. It was like a commoner telling the king that a noble framed him so he would assassinate the king. The king would think that the commoner was spouting nonsense. Not to mention that the noble who framed the commoner was the king's favorite. Wasn't it obvious who the king would choose to believe? Without clear evidence, no one would choose to believe Wu Yan. Isn't there still Anli? Charlotte said loudly. Anli is also a victim and a bargaining chip used to threaten you. If she testifies, then there will be a chance to turn things around, right? I have to say, your thoughts are more naive than a child's. You didn't even consider anything before standing in front of me, right? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, even if others choose to believe me, so what? Do you not care about Anli's life? Charlotte and the others were stunned. Since you've seen Anli, you should know more or less about the inside story, right? Wu Yan continued in an indifferent tone. Right now, Anli's life is in the hands of the mastermind. That's why I went to assassinate the dean. If I give up, what will happen to Anli? Hearing Wu Yan admit that he went to assassinate the dean because he wanted to save Anli's life, Charlotte became agitated once more. If Anli is willing to tell us everything, the academy will definitely protect her. Even if the academy doesn't protect Anli, Teacher Kimberly is still in the academy. Raisin advised. If you tell Teacher Kimberly everything, Teacher Kimberly will definitely represent the Magician Association to protect Anli. That's why I said, you didn't consider anything. Wu Yan's voice turned cold. If it's just protection, do you think I can't protect Anli with my strength? Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and the others were speechless. Indeed. Even though the other party was a powerful faction, this was still the highest academy in the magic world. They couldn't possibly do anything big. Wu Yan could easily deal with those little tricks by himself. The other party told me personally that I had to stay by Angelia's side for the rest of my life. Otherwise, if I reveal any flaws, the assassins hiding in the dark will come out like venomous snakes. Can you guarantee that someone will protect Angelia 24/7 without slacking off? Raisin, Flay, and the others fell silent. Then I will protect Anli. Charlotte bit her lips so hard that it looked like she could bleed. Anli is my younger sister. Protecting her is my responsibility. You don't have to take on everything for me. Take on everything for you? Wu Yen sighed helplessly. Perhaps this is part of the reason. After all, to me, the other party is just a clown who knows how to play petty tricks. But to you, the other party is an invincible giant. I can't bear to let you take on everything for me. He didn't give Charlotte and the others a chance to reply as he continued in an indifferent tone. Get out of my way. Hearing those words that sounded like an ultimatum, Charlot, Flay and Lei Jin took a glance at one another and nodded. Magic power fluctuations gradually rose from their bodies. Since that's the case, we will bring you back even if we have to defeat you. Chapter 1676. Since that's the case, we will bring you back even if we have to defeat you. 3 majestic streams of mana surged and surged, surging into the bodies of the automatons. Roar! In an instant, Sigmund's body expanded to the size of a building. His steel-colored dragon scales flickered with an ice-cold luster under the sunlight. Roar! As though responding to Sigmund's roar, the Garm series automaton howled like wolves and scattered in all directions, forming an encirclement in the surroundings. Unlike Sigmund and the Garm series automaton, Yaya jumped out silently and stood in front of Raisin. Mist of magic power surged around her body as she stared ahead. At this moment, the 6th member of the 13, the Mad Dog, who possessed the world's highest-level automaton, and the Dog Princess who possessed multiple automatons and had greatly improved her strength stood before Wu Yen together. Without a doubt, Charlot possessed the strength to rank within the top 10 even in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. Lei Jin's strength was also sufficient to fight against the 13 men. Although Flay was slightly weaker, she was still in existence capable of stalling Lei Jin for an hour. When the 3 of them worked together, one of them used an automaton that carried a magic circuit that contained the truth of the universe in his body, the other used the highest level of automaton in the world, and the last one had multiple automaton. Who could ignore them? However, when Wu Yen saw Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin joining forces, he smiled. His smile was filled with mockery. Defeat me? Wu Yen sneered as he swept his calm gaze across Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and their respective automaton. Give it a try then. Wu Yen didn't even need to extend his hand. Instead, his body exploded with a burst of magic power. Like a raging storm, the magic power surged and swept away everything in its path. The magic power was several times stronger than Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin's combined magic power. It was unimaginable that a human could possess such magic power. Charlot, Flay, and Lei Jin felt as if all the pores on their bodies were about to explode. Their pupils abruptly shrunk when they felt the berserk magic energy. Swish! The sound of something breaking through the air descended from above the 3 of them. Be careful! Raisin, who had the sharpest senses, was the first to react. As he shouted, he leaped away. Apart from Raisin, the others only heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, an invisible impact crashed onto the ground. Boom! The instant the explosion rang out, Sigmund's enormous body blocked Charlot's path. Yaya also flipped over and hugged Flay, who was at a loss of what to do. Boom! Then, the ground shook violently. A burst of invisible impact erupted and turned into a strong gale that rushed in all directions. Boom! Sigmund's huge body seemed to have been hit by a mountain, and Yaya seemed to have been hit by an invisible hammer. The 2 automatons, both of which were of the highest level, were sent flying backward like kites with their strings cut, smashing heavily on the ground not far away. Yaya! Raisin, who was the only one who managed to dodge in time, turned pale with fright. I'm fine. Yaya hugged Flay and jumped up from the ground. She didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Flay, who was protected by Yaya, was also unharmed. It seems that at the crucial moment, Yaya activated her magic circuit in time. Yaya's body contained a magic circuit called King Kong Strength. It was an existence that could materialize the target of magic at the molecular level, allowing the target to unleash thousands of times more strength and toughness. It was known as the toughest magic circuit in the world. Through the magic of King Kong strength, Yaya was able to make her slender body harder than steel in an instant. She could also make her slender fists unleash terrifying strength that could shatter rocks. It was a magic spell that was purely used to increase attack and defense. Come to think of it, Yaya must have activated her magic circuit just in time to enhance herself with King Kong's strength. That was why she was able to completely block the impact that was enough to send Sigmund, who was as tall as a building, flying. Are you all right? On the other side, Charlotte, who was protected by Sigmund, also supported Sigmund, who had fallen to the ground. I'm fine. Sigmund flapped his wings and flew up with Charlotte on his back. Everyone present turned their gazes to the front and saw what was going on. At the center of the explosion, a petite young lady wearing a gorgeous night attire and holding a parasol silently descended from midair. Her delicate, childlike face stared ahead expressionlessly. Her gaze landed on Charlotte's group. Natsuki. Charlotte called out the petite young lady's name with a solemn expression. However, Natsuki didn't respond. She took down the parasol in her hand and gently closed it. Buzz. At the next moment, a purple magical ritual rippled from the front of the parasol. Inside the magical ritual, spear-like chains emitting purple radiance coiled into a vortex and shot toward Charlotte's group. This time, everyone reacted in time. Sigmund carried Charlot, Ye carried Flay, and Leijin ran by himself. They retreated rapidly, dodging the incoming chains and creating a distance between them and the headmaster's residence. Natsuki, along with Wu Yen, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, Cannon, and the others, slowly emerged from the void and appeared in front of Charlotte's group. So that's how it is. Leijin squeezed out a smile. That wasn't an attack. Instead, it was an attack that forced us here, right? That's right. That's right, little brat. Natsuki said in an indifferent tone as she glanced ahead without any ripples. After all, if we were to fight beside the frozen guards and accidentally break some of them, you wouldn't be able to save them even if you wanted to, right? How gentle, Leijin said in a mocking tone, but the vigilance in his eyes had already started to fluctuate crazily. It's only natural. Raisin didn't understand what kind of attack that was. How can he not be vigilant? The one who spoke on Raisin's behalf was Charlotte. Natsuki. Charlotte clenched her fists. She stood on Sigmund's dragon head and yelled. Do you really want to fight us? Natsuki glanced at Charlotte. She raised the lace fan in her other hand and pointed it at Sigmund. Boom. In the next moment, Sigmund's body was hit by a shockwave without any warning. He howled in pain and fell down from the sky. It took him a while to adjust his body and land on the ground with his feet. Bang, bang, bang. Sigmund staggered back a few steps. What? Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and Yaya sucked in a breath of cold air. Raisin was already on high alert. He even prepared himself for another attack. In the end, he still failed to react to Natsuki's attack. What kind of attack is that? I don't intend to play this kind of game with you. Natsuki gracefully lowered her parasol and put away her lace fan as though she had just done something insignificant. Her azure eyes remained calm. That's why it would be best if you all are willing to back down obediently. You've always been the most rational and calm one. Charlotte gritted her teeth. Don't tell me you support Yen to kill someone who has nothing to do with him? I feel like laughing when I hear that. Doesn't an automaton have to obey its master? Yen has never treated you all as automatons. Instead, he treats you all as someone close to him whom he trusts absolutely, isn't that right? He will definitely listen to you, right? That's right. That's exactly why. Natsuki looked at Charlotte. He is the one who deserves my unconditional support, isn't he? Charlotte had nothing more to say. Since that's the case. Charlotte's expression turned resolute. Dense magical powers surged from her body. I won't go easy on you either. Sigmund abruptly raised his head and roared at the top of his lungs. Roar. Yaya. Raisin gathered his magical power and turned it into a circle of light. Ripples spread out from his palm and entered Yaya's body. Let's go. Robbie. Riviera. Ruby. Lavina. Robin. It was unknown when Flay had retreated to a distant place. She closed her eyes and turned her magic power into wires. She divided them into 5 and sent them into the Garm series automaton that had formed an encirclement around her. I'm counting on you all. This battle for the sake of each other has begun. R1152. Chapter 1677. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into flames as it started to fluctuate irregularly. Behind them, the silent Wu Yen closed his eyes. He had no intention of saying anything to the group of girls. Instead, he incessantly mobilized the enormous amount of demonic energy that was comparable to the ocean and channeled it into Natsuki's body. With the support of the enormous amount of demonic energy, the power that belonged to Natsuki, other than the portion that was restricted by the restriction bracelet, surged forth without reservation. It allowed Natsuki's petite body to ignore gravity and gently float into the air. Looking down at Charlot, Flay, Lei Zhen and the group of automatons from above, Natsuki's tranquil expression transformed into a mountain-like oppressive feeling. This caused the shoulders of Charlot and the others to sink and their expressions to turn grave. Looking at Natsuki, who was floating in the air, Charlot lowered his voice and warned, "Be careful." Yen once said that Natsuki's body contains a magic circuit called spatial manipulation. It is capable of allowing Natsuki to freely use spatial magic. Freely use spatial magic? Flay was stunned. Lei Zhen spoke with a face filled with shock. Is that even possible? Spatial magic was the highest level of magic among all other magic spells. That was because even if it was contained in an automaton, the burden would still be enormous. If one wasn't a highly skilled puppeteer, one wouldn't even be able to activate the magic circuit. Furthermore, that was when the spatial magic was separated and used separately. Only a single aspect could be used. For example, there were only spatial transference, spatial distortion, spatial fissure, and so on. However, Natsuki was able to freely use all of the spatial magic. With such a huge burden on just a single aspect, if one wasn't a highly skilled puppeteer, one wouldn't even be able to activate the magic circuit, much less the spatial magic. If there was really an automaton with a magic circuit of this level in its body, then Lei Zhen was certain. In this world, there wouldn't be a single puppeteer capable of using an automaton, including the dean of the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy, who was known as the strongest magician in the 19th century. Can you do it? Natsuki casually glanced at Charlotte and the others. Why don't you give it a try? After saying that, Natsuki raised her left hand that was holding the lace fan. He suddenly waved his hand. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated in the air. It was like a shock wave. It fell down violently. Boom! Suddenly, a lot of smoke and dust rose from where Lei Zhen was standing, as if he was hit by a mortar. Lei Zhen himself was sent flying and hit the trunk of a tree not far away. Lei Zhen, who had the keenest senses and was the most agile among them, could more or less perceive the invisible attack, but this time he was sent flying before he could even react. Yaya cried out in disbelief. However, Yaya didn't know that she was in a bit of a predicament. Boom! This time, the muffled sound came from Yaya's body. To be more precise, it came from inside her head. Following the muffled sound, Yaya, who was looking at Lei Zhen, staggered. Her vision shook intensely. As if she was drunk, she lost her balance and fell limply to the ground. Her face was pale. What's wrong? Flay was unable to conceal her trembling and cried out in alarm. What the hell is going on? Not to mention Flay, even Charlotte and Sigmund were trembling. This sort of invisible attack was like being possessed by a ghost. Adding on the fact that it was unknown, it was undoubtedly the easiest thing to incite fear in one's heart. Don't panic. Lei Zhen held his chest and struggled to stand up. His forehead was covered in sweat as he reminded them. If Natsuki's magic circuit is truly space manipulation, then the attack just now should be something similar to space vibration. It's a magic that directly vibrates space and forms an impact to attack the opponent. Directly vibrating space? Charlotte and Flace's expressions became clear. You're pretty smart, brat. Natsuki looked down at Lei Zhen, who was struggling to stand up. Not only did I directly vibrate space to form an impact, I can also attack your brain through my control over space. Although the impact will be weaker because it will pass through your body, if your willpower is not strong enough, you will still be able to faint immediately. Directly attacking the brain. Lei Zhen looked at Yaya, who had a pale face and was holding her head as if she was about to vomit. Lei Zhen gnashed his teeth in anger. Thus, no matter how hard Yaya's Vajra strength can make her body, she will not be able to defend against your attack? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your automaton for being too human-like. Natsuki raised her parasol. After all, an ordinary automaton doesn't have something as luxurious as a brain. The instant those words left her mouth, Natsuki spun the parasol in her hand and channeled her magic power into the parasol. She had used her magic. A purple magic formation immediately sprung up and expanded to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Chains flickering with purple light shot out from the magic formation and shot down in a densely packed manner. Charlotte and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw the chains that covered their entire field of vision. They hurriedly controlled their automaton to dodge the chains. Yaya was the only one who was still sitting on the ground in a drunken stupor. She did not do anything to the chains that shot toward her. Without any suspense, she was tightly bound by the chains and hung up. Yaya! Lei Zhen's face was ashen as he frantically channeled his magic power into Yaya's body. Those weak chains! Break them for me! However, when the large amount of magic power Lei Zhen channeled was about to enter Yaya's body, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. All of it stopped outside Yaya's body. It was as if it was rejected and could not enter Yaya's body no matter what. That's impossible. Lei Zhen's expression finally changed. Nothing is impossible. Natsuki said coldly. As long as I channel my magic power into my discipline lock and repel the external magic power, the little girl who is bound by the discipline lock won't be able to receive anyone's magic power. As she spoke, Natsuki waved the lace fan in her other hand, and the space behind Yaya began to ripple like waves. Then, move that little girl to another place first. When you all meet up again, the matter will be over. Along with this cold and emotionless voice, a chain extended out from the ripples of space behind Yaya and wrapped around her body. It pulled Yaya, who was bound by the commandment lock, towards the door that floated in the void and was used for teleportation. Without the ability to receive the magic power of a puppet user and with her head still in a dizzy state, Yaya's most prided Vajra strength couldn't be used at all. She didn't even have the strength to pull the discipline lock apart and could only be pulled into the space ripples bit by bit. I won't let you get away with this. Lei Zhen stood up. Just as he was about to run to Yaya's direction, a tender voice rang out, faster than Lei Zhen's movement. Everyone! Bang! 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 In an instant, a series of muffled gunshots shook the air. From all directions, formless sonic pressure cannons dug through the earth and cut through the air. Amidst the sharp vibrations, all of them landed on the discipline lock that extended from Natsuki's direction and tied to Yaya's body between the two girls. Bang! The sturdy commandment lock shuddered, causing Yaya, who was being pulled into the spatial ripples, to stop. Raster cannon. Soon after, another lovely cry sounded. A fatal beam of light flashed through the air like a meteor. Wherever it passed, the atmosphere and wind were vaporized into nothingness. With an irresistible force, it shot toward Nayu, who was floating in the air. The beam of light that contains the truth of the universe and can, in theory, wipe out everything. It's absolutely impossible to defend against and is absolutely impossible to defend against. In Natsuki's blue eyes, the beam of light gradually approached. Chapter 1678. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky, as if it wanted to cut the entire space in half. It streaked across the space, and also streaked across the chains of discipline that bound Yaya. Bang! Before the elemental destruction that contained the truth of the universe and was capable of destroying all material existence, even the chains of discipline were unable to resist the beam of light. Like magma, the chains of discipline that were streaked across by the beam of light melted like candy and broke apart. Yaya, who was bound by the chains of discipline and hung in midair, lost its binding power and fell to the ground. As for the beam of light, it continued to flash past. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Nayu. Nayu's pair of azure eyes were turned golden by the dazzling light of the beam of light. Her field of vision was completely covered by the light from the beam of light. Apart from light, she was unable to see anything else. However, this did not cause any change to Nayu's delicate and beautiful face that seemed as if it would not change even if she were to face the destruction of heaven and earth. In fact, she did not even attempt to dodge, receive, resist, or collide with the beam of light. Nayu merely floated there without moving in the slightest. Seeing this, Charlotte cried out in shock. "Quickly dodge it!" Unfortunately, Nayu did not even attempt to dodge the beam of light. She allowed the beam of light capable of destroying everything to land on her body. The next moment, an inconceivable scene occurred. The beam of light that landed on Nayu's body was like an illusion. It directly passed through Nayu's petite body and continued to shoot into the sky. The beam of light turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distant horizon. Charlotte, Sigmund, and the others were all stunned. Soon after, they discovered something. Before Nayu, there was a small spatial ripple. It was fluctuating there. It wasn't just in front of Nayu. Behind Nayu, there was also a small spatial ripple. It was like a ripple in the water, creating circular ripples in space. As for those two spatial ripples, perfect. They were the same size as the front end of the raster cannon from earlier. Seeing this, how could Charlotte, Flay, Lei Zhen, and the others not understand what was happening? Natsuki must have connected the space in front of her with the space behind her, allowing the raster cannon to pass through her body and into the space behind her. This created a scene where the raster cannon shot through Natsuki's body and into the sky, as if shooting at an illusion. It was impossible to defend against. It directly shook the space and produced an impact attack. It was a teleportation skill that could deflect all long-range attacks. Furthermore, if a physical attack was launched directly at the target would be able to teleport away and dodge the attack. In addition, once bound, even mana would be isolated, making it impossible to break free from the discipline lock. The petite girl in front of him, who had the appearance and height of a 10-year-old girl, was simply an invincible existence. How were they supposed to fight? The fighting spirit in the hearts of Charlot, Flay, Lei Zhen, and the others gradually faded away. What replaced it was a feeling of helplessness. "Do you know how useless you are?" As if she had seen through their thoughts, Natsuki mercilessly spoke with an indifferent tone. "Then you should withdraw." No. The battle intent in Charlotte's heart that was gradually fading was filled with determination as she spoke resolutely. "If I don't bring you all back, I will never back down." "Me too." It was rare for Flay to raise her voice to the point of shouting. "I will not allow you all to kill the Dean. Is there any point in saying this now?" Lei Zhen's sharp gaze swept toward Natsuki. "Since we are here, we will not withdraw until we achieve our goal. Is that so?" Natsuki nodded her head. She didn't change her mind at all. She didn't say anything. "Then there's nothing we can do. It's about time for me to lose my patience." However, what replied to Natsuki was a voice that seemed to carry weight. It caused Charlot, Flay, and Lei Zhen's hearts to tremble. "No. I have already lost my patience." Wu Yen walked forward with Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Cannon. His wine-red eyes emotionlessly swept across Charlot, Flay, Lei Zhen, Yaya, Sigmund, and the others. Under that emotionless gaze, Charlot, Flay, Lei Zhen, and the others felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. In the calm before the storm, they couldn't help but hold their breaths. No matter what, you all refuse to withdraw? In midair, Natsuki melted into the void and appeared beside Wu Yen. Dekaros, Astria, Agrora, and Canon also stood behind Wu Yen in a row. Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others felt their hearts sink when they saw the 5 young ladies of different sizes wearing the same white night uniform with red edges. Just Natsuki alone was enough to make the 3 of them miserable. They couldn't even touch her. With the addition of the others, their already slim chance of victory was infinitely close to 0. It was only at this moment that Charlot, Flay, Leijin, and the others realized how much pressure this person before them could bring them. It was just as Charlot and Kimberly said, Wu Yan's strength was on a completely different level compared to them. Facing an enemy like this, whether it's Charlotte, Flay, or Raisin, they all felt a deep sense of helplessness. They have practiced with Wu Yan more than once, and they have a certain level of understanding of him. They couldn't win. There was no way they could win against this person. However, even if they couldn't win, they had to stop him. I have already said. Charlot looked at Wu Yan with eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. I will not let you bear all the consequences. Hearing those words, Wu Yan lowered his head and remained silent. However, Charlot, Flay, and Leijin felt a strong sense of danger in their hearts. Then I will force you to leave the stage right here. In an instant, a raging wave of magical power surged out of Wu Yan's body along with his powerful words. Bang! The magical power split into several portions and flowed into Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agrora, and Canon. Sigmund. Everyone. Yaya. At the same time, the sense of danger in Charlot, Flay, and Leijin's hearts exploded. The 3 of them shouted themselves hoarse at the same time. But it was a pity that the 3 of them were destined to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A burst of white cold mist suddenly swept out in all directions like a gale, shrouding an area of several hundred meters in radius. Wherever the white, chilly mist passed through, a layer of hard ice formed on the ground made of rocks in less than a second. The surrounding trees were also slowly covered in a layer of ice starting from their roots. Not long after, the ground and trees as far as the eye could see had all turned into ice. The entire stage had turned into a world of ice. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin only had time to change their expressions for a moment before Sigmund, Yaya, and the Garm series of automatons froze from their feet. Not good. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin were alarmed. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and chains suffused with purple light extended out. They were like venomous snakes, responding to each other. Amidst a series of clanging sounds, the chains shot toward Charlot's group in the center. Sigmund, Yaya, and the 5 Garms of different sizes wanted to dodge the chains. However, their feet were already covered in ice. They were unable to move at all. Ding! In the next second, the chains of discipline wrapped around Sigmund, Yaya, and the 5 Garms of different sizes, binding the group of automatons. Sigmund. Everyone. Yaya. Charlot, Flay, and Leijin's expressions changed again and again. Magic power surged out of their bodies. They immediately wanted to send their magic power into the bodies of the automatons. Buzz. However, the moment the magic power surged out of their bodies, a spherical protective barrier made of crystals enveloped the 3 of them and floated into the air. It was the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The outcome was decided. Chapter 1679. Whoosh! The cold mist was still blowing, and the ground and trees in the surroundings were constantly turning into solid ice amidst a series of cracking noises. Sigmund, Ye, and the automaton of the Garm series had their feet or limbs covered by the ice layer that extended from the frozen ground. Their bodies were also bound by the lock of discipline, so they could not move at all. As for Charlot, Flay, and Leijin, the 3 of them, they were trapped in the Aegis barrier. No matter how they pounded on the barrier of the Aegis barrier, they were unable to do anything to it. The three puppets, Charlot, Flay, and Raisin, were imprisoned. Sigmund, Yaya, and the automaton of the Garm series were restrained. Coupled with the fact that the automatons were still wrapped in the commandment lock that flowed with the moon's magic power, which could repel external magic power, the connection between the three puppeteers and the automatons had been severed. This battle had ended without any suspense. Looking at Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin who were trapped inside the Aegis barrier, Wu Yen retracted most of his mana. He also watched as the automatons whose limbs were encased in ice and whose bodies were bound by chains of discipline, leaving only the magic power to maintain the Aegis, absolute defense circle, and the lock of discipline. I've spent quite a bit of time with you all. After taking a glance at Charlot and the others, Wu Yen turned around. All of you can stay here for the time being. Yen, don't go. Charlot knocked on the Aegis barrier as he cried out with tears streaming down his face. I beg of you, don't go. You don't have to do this. Wu Yen did not even turn his head around. He merely let his monotonous voice spread to every corner of the scene and into everyone's ears. No matter what, we've only known each other for less than a month. Is it worth it for you to risk your life for me? I should be the one asking you that. Charlotte couldn't stop her tears no matter how hard she tried. She could only bite her lips and yell. We've only known each other for a month. Am I worth it for you to give up everything to save me? Felix framed me. When he planned to give me a fatal blow, you appeared and saved me. You exposed Felix's true colors. Now, my little sister is being held hostage. I should be the one being used. Charlot's cheeks were soaked with tears. But now, you're shouldering everything for me. Is this worth it? I don't know if it's worth it or not. I only know that I shouldn't do this. I'll feel very uncomfortable. Wu Yen turned his head slightly and looked at Charlot. You've said it yourself. The one being used might be you. If you were me, wouldn't you do the same? When the time comes, we'll switch sides. I'll be the one to stop you and persuade you to go back. Will you listen to me? Even though he was the one asking the question, Wu Yen shook his head and answered it himself. No, you won't. You'll definitely dig yourself into a corner and not even struggle. Instead, you'll sink deep into it and be stubborn. If that's the case, why don't you let me finish it for you? Isn't that better? It's definitely not good. Charlot shouted without hesitation. She was so agitated that she put her hand on the barrier of the Aegis. You're right. If I were you, I'd be more stubborn than you. If you come to stop me, I won't listen to you either. But you'll still stop me, won't you? That's what. I have to stop you. Charlotte's beautiful eyes were completely red and swollen. She was crying and laughing at the same time as she said those words. Who told me to like you? This time, Wu Yen was truly stunned. Not only Wu Yen, everyone except Sigmund, including Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agarola, and Canon were all stunned by what they saw. Wu Yen looked at Charlot who was crying and laughing at the same time with a bitter smile. Is that a confession? Yeah, do you hate me? Charlot had a self-deprecating smile on her tear-stained face. Do you hate the flirtatious me who was in love with Felix not long ago and now I'm saying that I like you? I don't hate you. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Or rather, I don't know what to do. I don't care if you hate me or don't know what to do. I just want you to listen to me this once. Charlot wiped her face and looked at Wu Yen with her swollen eyes. You can't kill the dean. You cannot go and kill the academy head. Flay also spoke. She had a pleading expression on her face. There must be another way. Since you are so strong, use it to resist. Raisin clenched his fists and said firmly, I don't believe that the Kingsford family or any faction on the same level as the Kingsford family can do anything to you with your strength. Wu Yen, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Agarola, Canon, and the others all fell silent. Yen, Charlot, Flay, and Leijin spoke with hope in their voices. Wu Yen. Sigmund shouted. Vito-san. Yaya called out. Wu Yen heard every single one of them calling out to him. He felt touched but also helpless at the same time. As expected, these guys are just foolishly doing their jobs. Right at this moment, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed from not far away. Let's go back. Scarlet Taze. Following this voice, at a corner of this snowy world, a space suddenly distorted. It was like an invisible black hole that kept on spinning. Then, several figures were spat out. It was a group of a man and 4 young girls. The young girls were wearing black formal attire. They were about the same height. There was a large word written on a piece of cloth hanging in front of their faces. They were holding weapons of different styles, but all of them were bright red in color. The man was wearing the academy's uniform. He was wearing a cloak and a silver mask that only revealed one eye and part of his body below his nose. Seeing the masked man leading the 4 young girls, Charlot and Flay revealed shocked expressions. As for Lei Jin, it was as if he had seen his enemy. His eyes were about to spurt flames. Magnus! That's right. The person who came was the number 1 student in the history of the Walpurgis Academy. He was, without a doubt, the strongest existence among the students. His code name was Marshal Magnus. As for the 4 young girls behind Magnus, they were naturally Magnus' most famous and also his greatest reliance. They were a group of 6 automatons that had the ability to fight against 13 people. They were a squadron. Magnus! Wu Yen raised his head and looked at Magnus, who was leading the 4 young girls. He smiled. Since you've appeared here, it means that you've become the Dean's Guard, right? The Dean's Guard? Charlot, Flay, Lei Jin, and the others all looked at Magnus in surprise. It's only temporary. Magnus stared at Wu Yen with his only exposed eye. As long as you give up on assassinating the Dean, my mission will be completed. I won't have to carry out this boring duty anymore. It's rare to hear such direct thoughts from you. Wu Yen curled his lips. Since you're bored, why don't you just give up? I've already said that this is my duty. Magnus said calmly. It's not my wish to be the Dean's Guard. So, step down, Scarlet Eyes. Oh? Wu Yan's lips curled up. What if I say that I must see the Dean? Magnus suddenly raised his head. Then I'll beat you back. Chapter 1680. The temperature in the air seemed to have dropped. An indescribable tension filled the air, causing beads of sweat to appear on the foreheads of Charlot, Flay, and Raisin, who were watching from the side. The 2 parties in the confrontation were not ordinary people. One was the number 1 marshal in the history of the Walpurgis Royal School of Mechanics, Magnus. The other was a freshman who had entered the school for less than a month. Before he even entered the school, he had suppressed Magnus and defeated the 4th-ranked Felix with overwhelming strength, Wu Yen. Both of them also possessed extremely high-performance automatons that were capable of fighting against 13 people on their own. They formed a squadron of automatons. Regardless of which side it was, Kimberly had personally evaluated them. They were no longer on the same level as the students of the academy. They were definitely existences at the level of demon kings. If these 2 existences were to really fight, who would not be nervous watching from the side? At the very least, it was not only Charlot, Flay, and Raisin who were nervous. Even Sigmund, Ye, and the group of automatons from the Garm series were holding their breaths as they waited. They were afraid that they would accidentally break the tension that symbolized the stalemate and trigger a great battle. In such a tense atmosphere, the 4 girls standing behind Magnus leaped forward. They arrived in front of Magnus. They wore flower-like black formal attire. There were Chinese characters written clearly on the cloth on their faces. They were respectively Fire, Sickle, Jade, and Dragonfly. Those were some of the names of the 4 girls who were part of the squadron. The names of the 4 automatons standing in front of Magnus were respectively Fire, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly. At this time, Huozhuo was holding a red dagger that looked like a sharp thorn in each hand. Yuchie was holding a long and large sickle with a similarly red blade. Yuchong was holding a red longsword, while Gu Fei was holding a red single-edged battle axe with a red blade. The 4 girls from the squadron raised the weapons in their hands as though they were worried that Magnus would be suddenly attacked. It was aimed at Wu Yen. Although he couldn't see their expressions behind the curtains, he could tell that they were hostile towards him. However, Wu Yen turned a blind eye to the hostility of the four girls. He frowned. The squadron that Magnus led was made up of 6 automatons in the form of young girls. This was something that everyone in the Walpurgis Wang Li School of Engineering knew. However, there were only 4 people by Magnus' side, and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. After pondering for a moment, Wu Yen understood. It seems you left 2 automatons by the dean's side. Hearing this, Magnus' automatons all tensed up. Magnus said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. Just in case of an emergency, can I take this as your declaration?" Wu Yen chuckled. "Take it as your declaration that you think you can defeat me with just 4 automatons." This sentence caused the already tense atmosphere to become as tense as a string that was on the verge of breaking at any time. However, it was indeed so. Since Magnus became the dean's guard, it was impossible for him to not know that the assassin was Wu Yen. Since he was here, it was impossible for him to not know that Wu Yen was here. Even though he knew that Wu Yen was here, Magnus still only brought 4 automatons with him. It was reasonable to assume that Magnus was confident that he could defeat Wu Yen with 4 automatons. Magnus didn't seem to have any intention of refuting and said in a soft voice, "It's fine, that guy." Charlot, Flay, and Ryzen looked at Magnus with an unfriendly expression. On the other hand, Wu Yen looked at Magnus for a while and sighed. "Fine." After saying that, Wu Yen withdrew the aegis that imprisoned Charlot, Flay, and Ryzen, as well as the chains of discipline that restrained Sigmund, Yaya, and the Garm series automatons. The 3 aegis that imprisoned Charlot, Flay, and Flay immediately dissipated, causing the 3 of them to fall to the ground. The chains of discipline that restrained the automatons also withdrew into the spatial ripples and disappeared. I won't say something like, "Since you only brought out 4 automatons, I will also bring out 4 automatons to fight you." Wu Yen chuckled in a cheerful manner. "After all, I also want to try a battle where I can have my companions fight together." After saying that, "Buzz?" Wu Yen closed his eyes. Ripples of magic power reverberated around him, transforming into the purest magic power that poured into the bodies of the young ladies around him. The phenomenon of magic power wasn't very strong. It didn't cause the atmosphere to rub against each other and cause wind waves. However, it was extremely condensed. In terms of quantity, perhaps it wasn't that outstanding. However, in terms of quality, the magic power that Wu Yen released this time was as different as heaven and earth compared to before. This caused Magnus' eyes that had been calm all this while to narrow. He withdrew his hand from his cloak and extended it toward the 4 young ladies before him. Ripples of magic power reverberated. Upon receiving Magnus' magic power, the 4 young ladies lifted their heads with all their might. Then their figures blurred and they all disappeared. Charlot, Fry, and Lei Zhen, who had just landed on the ground in a sorry state, witnessed this scene and widened their eyes on the spot. However, Wu Yen kept his eyes closed. He didn't move at all. It's as if he didn't notice anything. At the next moment, Fire Droop, Sickle Cutter, Jade Beetle, and Dragonfly, the 4 young lady automatons of the squadron, suddenly appeared in a flash. Not only that, but they also appeared around Wu Yen with his eyes shut. Fire Droop and Dragonfly appeared before Wu Yen, while Jade Beetle and Sickle Cutter appeared behind Wu Yen. The 4 young ladies abandoned Natsuki's group, raised their weapons, and stabbed at Wu Yen mercilessly. Magnus actually attacked the puppeteer directly. This was considered a violation of the rules in the Night Gathering battle. Once it appeared, the attacker would be disqualified from the battle instantly. However, in a regular battle, attacking the puppeteer directly was the normal way to do it. After all, compared to the powerful automaton, the puppeteer was simply too weak. Without the magic power provided by the puppeteer, the automaton was nothing more than scrap metal. It couldn't even activate its magic circuit and attack. Even the bandolier had limited magic power. Naturally, Eliminating the puppeteer in advance was the most efficient way to end the battle and obtain victory. Unfortunately, this method was destined to not work on Wu Yen. Clang. Fire Droop, Sickle Cutter, Jade Beetle, and Dragonfly, the four young ladies stabbed at Wu Yan's body with their weapons. The sound of metal colliding echoed in the surroundings. The four young ladies felt as if their weapons had stabbed into steel and couldn't move forward. The screen in front of them flipped open, revealing the four young ladies' shocked expressions. Because in front of the four young ladies' weapons, a translucent barrier made of crystals appeared around Wu Yan's body and blocked the four young ladies' attacks. Through the translucent barrier, Fire Droop and Dragonfly, who were attacking from the front, could clearly see it. A mocking expression appeared on Wu Yan's face. Then, in front of Magnus, a laser lightsaber pierced through the air and stabbed at Magnus' throat. Chapter 1681. In a proper battle, attacking the puppeteer directly is the most common method. During the night meeting, since it is a test of the puppeteer's ability, it is inevitable that the puppeteer would be defeated before they could display their full potential. Therefore, the night meeting strictly forbids direct attacks between the puppeteers. However, in a proper battle, it is common knowledge that the puppeteer must be dealt with first. Therefore, even in class, the professor in charge of teaching would mention this method more than once. How could Wu Yan not take note of this? After all, this isn't a night meeting where friendship comes first and competition comes second. This is a real battle. Magnus was the #1 student in the history of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical School, and with his cold personality, he definitely wouldn't be stingy with using conventional methods in a real battle. Wu Yan already predicted that Magnus would order his squadron to attack him. Even if he didn't, Ikaros wouldn't just stand there and watch Wu Yan get attacked. With Ikaros' aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, he doesn't need to worry about his own safety. Taking advantage of this, Wu Yan waited for Magnus to order his automaton to attack before he made his move. Of course, this so-called action was nothing more than dividing his mana into 3 parts. One part is injected into Ikaros' body. Let Ikaros cast Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Another part is injected into Natsuki's body so she can teleport. The last portion was injected into Astria's body. Through Natsuki's teleportation ability, Astria was teleported in front of Magnus and launched an attack on him. At this moment, Magnus' entire squadron had been used to attack him. He doesn't have a single guard around him. If Astria's attack hits, then the #1 student of the academy will be subdued by Wu Yan for the second time. Of course, that is if Astria's attack hits. Clang. Just like when the squadron attacked Wu Yan. The sword in Astria's hand that was aimed at Magnus' throat was met with the sound of metal clashing against metal. This was because one of the girls from the squadron had suddenly appeared in front of Magnus, using the blade of a large scythe. He managed to block Astria's attack. It was the girl with the word, scythe, written on the screen in front of her. It was Scythe Cutter who was beside Wu Yan a second ago. Astria flapped her wings as she retreated to Wu Yan's side. She looked at the sickle that appeared out of nowhere in front of Magnus and blocked her attack with a look of surprise. That girl. When did she appear? When did she move? Even Astria didn't notice. The other girls of the squadron also retreated to Magnus' side and stood together with Sickle Cutter. His expression was as surprised as Astria's. Just like how Astria didn't notice Scythe Cutter's movement, the girls from the squadron didn't notice when Astria appeared in front of Magnus. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. At the moment when the young ladies on both sides were astonished, Charlot, Flay, and Lejeune discovered the reason for this. That girl from the squadron. Charlot looked at Sickle-Chia in a daze. Just like Natsuki, she can perform magic related to space. Spatial teleportation. Flay stared at Scythe Cutter in shock. Her magic circuit is spatial teleportation? Spatial magic. Lejeune's expression also showed that it was difficult to deal with. Does Magnus also have an automaton with such high-level magic circuits around him? Magnus turned his gaze to Natsuki after hearing the conversation between Charlotte and the others. Your automaton also has the magic circuit of space transference? Since there's the word also, it proves that the magic circuit installed in your automaton is indeed space transfer, right? Compared to Magnus, Wu Yen only glanced at Scythe Cutter and smiled. However, don't compare my Natsuki to your automaton. Natsuki's magic isn't as simple as that, also. He gathered the mana around him into his palm and extended it towards Astria. A dazzling mana aura rippled out from his palm. My Astria isn't any worse than Natsuki. Scorching mana flowed into Astria's body, causing her chakras to glow with a layer of dark light. Then Astria lowered her body and shot towards Magnus like a rocket. Magnus immediately raised his other hand. Mana rippled from both hands as he poured mana into his automaton. With the support of the new mana, Huidown leaped up and stood in front of Magnus. She crossed her short swords and faced Astria, who was charging at her. Clang! In the next moment, the laser lightsaber and the short sword collided fiercely, creating a shockwave. There was also intense friction at the point of collision, causing sparks to fill the sky. Bzz. At this time, a ripple appeared in the space beside Huochue. A chain with purple light on its surface suddenly flew out from it. It was like a whip as it was swung heavily and ruthlessly on Huozhuang's body. Boom! With a muffled sound, Huozhua didn't even have time to react. Her slender body was like a kite with a broken string as she was mercilessly sent flying. She smashed into the ground not far away and embedded herself into the stone layer, causing the entire ground to crack open. Astria had nothing to stop her now that Huopeng was knocked away. She levitated in the air and dashed towards Magnus. She swung her laser sword down towards Magnus' head with a clear vibrating sound. Bzzz. At this moment, the jade worm appeared in front of Magnus. She used her sickle to transfer the jade worm to Magnus. The jade worm didn't use its weapon to block the laser sword. Instead, it raised its empty hand and extended it towards Astria's laser sword. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a formless energy appeared on the jade worm's hand like steam. It reached out and grabbed Astria's laser sword without fear. Then, the invisible energy enveloped Astria's laser lightsaber. It corroded the vibrating laser lightsaber like corrosive water. But it wasn't corroded. It was absorbed. The laser sword's dazzling radiance turned into specks of starlight at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were absorbed by the jade worm's slender hand and dimmed down in the blink of an eye. Bang! The vibrating force was reduced to 0. Astria's laser sword dimmed and shattered like glass. Not only Astria, even Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin were shocked to the point their expressions changed. That's... Wu Yen frowned. It absorbed Astria's magic power? Yes. The jade worm absorbed the mana in Astria's body. Without the support of magic power, an automaton wouldn't be able to move. This is common knowledge. It's the same for Astria. Without the support of magic power, even though she wouldn't lose her ability to move, all of her attacks would be cancelled due to the restriction of the bracelet. Astria's Chrysor also lost its effect. There's no doubt that the jade worm's magic circuit is magic power absorption. By absorbing the opponent's magic power, not only can it weaken the opponent and deplete the opponent's magic power, it can also use the magic power to strengthen itself. Chapter 1682. Charlot, Fry, and Raisin looked at each other in dismay as they looked at the jade worm that had turned the Chrysor into starlight and was continuously absorbing it into its body, causing the magic ripples on the surface of its body to gradually strengthen. Even though the seizing magic isn't as powerful as the space magic, it's just as difficult to execute. After all, the seizing magic isn't something that belongs to the caster, it's magic power. It's common for the caster to reject the magic power after absorbing it into their body. That's why the seizing magic requires the caster to control it with high precision. Even if the seizing magic is inside an automaton, it's still necessary for the caster to control the automaton. If the space series of magic spells were difficult to activate in theory, then the seizing series of magic spells were difficult to control in theory. However, Magnus didn't just let the Jade Worm absorb Astria's magic power at lightning speed and convert it into his own magic power. He also controlled the other 3 automatons as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Among them, Sicklecutter was an automaton that carried the spatial series of magic circuits. It's easy to see how skillful Magnus is in magic. How skillful is he? Astria's mana was being sucked dry by the Jade Worm. She couldn't even maintain her Chrysor anymore. Magnus reached out with his other hand. Mana surged out of his palm. Beezy. Next second, the space behind Astria vibrated and ripples started forming in the air. Sicklecutter emerged from the space behind Astria and aimed at Astria's head with her scythe. She sliced through the air and a sonic boom sounded. She drew an arc of light. Sicklecutter aimed for Astria's head. Bzzz. However, just as the scythe was about to hit Astria, a crystal barrier appeared around Astria with an even louder rumble. Icaros Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Clang. The scythe landed heavily on the surface of the Aegis. It created a ripple of light. However, it could not do anything to the Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Sicklecutter's magic circuit is advanced. But spatial shift can't increase Sicklecutter's attack power or the power of her scythe. It can't do anything to the Aegis. It's not surprising. But that doesn't mean Jade Worm can't do anything to the Aegis. Jade Worm placed her hand on the Aegis. Invisible energy gushed out from her slender palm and absorbed all the magic power from the Aegis. Bam! The surface of the Aegis quickly dimmed and shattered. Then Firefall, who was knocked away by the lock of discipline, appeared in front of Astria with the help of Scythe Slash. Hitaru's cold gaze landed on Astria's beautiful face. His body exploded with a scorching heat. His movement was so fast that it was impossible to see his movements clearly. The short sword in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning and sliced towards Astria's neck. That merciless strike that caused even the air to distort was clearly not achieved by just relying on that sharp dagger. The strength behind that strike was definitely not small. If it landed on a rock, it would probably be enough to shatter the rock that was larger than a person. The magic of the automaton, called Fire Droplet, could not only produce heat, but it could also increase her strength. Ignoring the heat, Firefall's magic is almost the same as Yaya's King Kong strength. Even if Astria is an omnipotent angel, she wouldn't feel good if she got hit by Firefall's attack. Whoosh! Unfortunately, when Firefall's attack was about to hit Astria, a sharp ice spike pierced through the air and brushed past Astria's shoulder. It met Firefall's short sword head-on. Bam! The icy cold spike clashed with the burning dagger and exploded between Astria and Huochuang. The impact of the explosion knocked Firefall, Sicklecutter, and Jade Worm away from Astria. Astria finally broke free from Jade Worm's mana absorption effect. She regained her mana and a laser beam shot out from the hilt of her Chrysor. Ha! Astria took advantage of the fact that Firefall, Sicklecutter, and Jade Worm were knocked away by the explosion to appear in front of Magnus. She raised her Chrysor above her head. Just as Astria was about to slash down with her lightsaber, the last member of Magnus' squadron, Dragonfly, appeared in front of Astria and blocked her path. The moment Dragonfly appeared in front of Astria, mana surged out of Dragonfly's body. It activated the magic circuit in Dragonfly's body. However, no one could tell what kind of magic it was. Dragonfly didn't do anything. He allowed Astria's Chrysor to land a merciless slash on his body. Bam! However, Dragonfly didn't suffer any damage from the Chrysor attack. Instead, he sent a shockwave through his body and landed on Astria's body with a dull thud. Astria groaned as if she hit a wall. Her voluptuous body was sent flying. It took her a lot of effort to regain her balance. She relied on her wings to stay afloat in the air. However, her body looked like it was engulfed in flames. Light smoke rose from her body and charred marks appeared on her skin. What's wrong? Charlotte and Flay were at a loss. What happened? What happened? Astrea was hit by something. Lejean stared at Dragonfly, who was standing in front of Magnus with an incomprehensible look on his face. But what hit Astrea? What? It wasn't a shockwave. If it was just a simple shockwave, then Magnus, who was less than a meter away from the Dragonfly, should have been hit as well. However, Magnus was fine. Astrea was the only one who was hit by the shockwave. However, everyone here is a skilled puppet user. Even though they didn't know what kind of attack it was, they could roughly guess what it was. It was obvious that Dragonfly didn't put up any defense against Astrea's full-powered slash. However, Dragonfly's body wasn't damaged by the shockwave. Instead, Astrea was the one who was hit by an unknown attack. That look, it was as if, I see. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes met Magnus' only exposed eye. He absorbed the shockwave from Astrea's attack and reflected it back? He absorbed the shockwave from an attack and reflected it back? Charlot and Flay were greatly alarmed. Lejean even cried out in alarm. Is there such a magic trick? Magnus didn't answer. He was still looking at Wu Yan. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his eyes. It was as if Wu Yan was the only person in the world standing in front of him. However, Magnus' silence confirmed Wu Yan's words. Dragonfly has a magic circuit that can reflect an attack back to its target. Charlotte, Flay, and Lejean couldn't help but shiver. Their hearts had also sunk by half. If such a magic trick really exists, do they have any chance of winning against Magnus? Chapter 1683. At this point, among the 6 automaton units that Magnus formed, 4 of the magic circuits that had always been unknown were exposed. The sickle slash had the spatial transference circuit. The jade worm had the magic absorption circuit. The fire droplet circuit could be used on one's own body to strengthen one's body. It could even control the heat generated during the process. As for the dragonfly, it was a circuit that could bounce back any incoming attack. No matter which circuit it was, they were all high-level goods. And now, such a high-level magic circuit was not only installed in the body of the automaton, with excellent performance, but also owned by a single person. On top of that, this person was able to control each of the automatons with ease. This was Magnus, the person with the highest overall score in the history of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. He was personally evaluated by Kimberly as having the power of a demon king. Just 4 automatons were enough to make one feel powerless, let alone the other 2 automatons. To be able to fight on par with such an opponent, one had to admit, Wu Yan's strength was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. A magic that can be used on one's own body to strengthen one's body. It can even control the heat generated during the process. Wu Yan only frowned a little. Then, his furrowed brows relaxed as he looked at the fire droplet. Instead of saying that it can strengthen one's body, it can strengthen one's explosiveness and control the heat generated during the process. Not only can it strengthen one's explosiveness, it can also control the heat generated during the process. This is the so-called pressure, right? Pressure? Charlot, Flay, and Lejean were slightly startled. Magnus stared straight at Wu Yan. After a while, he finally responded. The magic circuit of fire droplet is indeed pressure. By manipulating physical pressure, it acts on oneself. By using physical force, one can obtain outstanding explosiveness and durability. It can even control the heat generated during the process. Quite an excellent magic circuit. Wu Yan didn't deny it. His gaze landed on Astrea, who was floating in the air with burnt marks all over her body. He raised his hand. He placed his hand on Canon's shoulder, who had always been by his side. Mana flowed out from his hand and entered Canon's body bit by bit. Canon immediately understood. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and closed her eyes as if she was praying. A bright light shone from Charlot's body. It condensed into a beam of light that shot into the sky and landed on Astrea's body. The charred marks on Astrea's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her skin returned to its original smooth state. This time, it was Magnus' turn to frown. That's right. Wu Yen admitted it. As long as it's not a fatal injury, it can be treated in a very short time. How about it? Not bad, right? Hearing this, Magnus' eyes began to ripple. Astria is an expert in close combat. Ikaros has an extremely sturdy defensive ability. Natsuki has excellent spatial manipulation. Agrora has a wide range of freezing abilities. Kanon, on the other hand, had terrifying healing abilities. Wu Yan's automaton has all the necessary elements for close combat, ranged attack, support, defense, and healing. Compared to Magnus' squadron, Wu Yan's squadron is much more suitable for combat. It was only at this moment that Magnus realized how troublesome his opponent was. This was the first time Magnus had felt so troubled by someone other than the dean of the Walpurgis Wang Li School of Strategy. Little did they know that for the others, at least for Charlotte, Flay, and Raisin who were watching from the sidelines, Wu Yen and Magnus aren't just difficult to deal with, they are almost invincible and undefeatable. Those two people. Lei Zhen's expression changed unpredictably. Do I really have a way to surpass them? Good. Flay muttered in a daze. Amazing. Phew. Charlot let out a long sigh. His face was filled with anticipation. I hope Magnus can stop him from killing the dean. Unfortunately, this anticipation will soon be shattered. I admit that you are very strong, Magnus. Wu Yen sighed. So strong that I can't help but want to get serious. Hearing this, Magnus' eyes showed a stern expression for the first time. Are you trying to say that you haven't been serious since the beginning? If I wanted to be serious, I wouldn't have just sent Astria to attack you. Wu Yen mocked. Although my Ikaros is only in charge of defense and Kanon is only in charge of healing, the two of them won't participate in the attack. However, Natsuki and Agurola aren't any weaker than Astria. Since the beginning, I only sent them to support Astria, right? Magnus stared at Wu Yen for a long time before he spoke. Didn't you say you wouldn't go easy on me just because I only sent out 4 automatons? I'm not going to fight you with 4 automatons just because you only sent out 4. I want to see if I can get my comrades to fight at least once. Wu Yen corrected him and he grinned. And now my companions have already attacked. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to force them to use their full strength. No one said we have to force the opponent to use their full strength in a battle. Magnus said coldly, a battle is only a method to determine the victor. Isn't that even more regrettable? Wu Yen looked at Magnus with a smile that didn't look like a smile. With Ikaros' aegis, you can't hurt me at all. Even if your automaton can absorb mana, I can use Natsuki's power to retreat. On the other hand, with Kanon here, unless you have a one-hit kill, you won't be able to take down a single person on my side. Of course, if your other 2 automatons can use magic to deal with situations like this, then it's a different story. Wu Yen shrugged. Unfortunately, you only have 4 automatons with you. You can't do anything to me. As soon as he finished speaking, there was dead silence. Charlot, Flay, and Lei Zhen sighed in their hearts. In the entire academy, Wu Yen is probably the only person who can confidently say, you can't do anything to me, to Magnus. Magnus' automatons seemed to be a little unconvinced, and each of them released a shocking amount of hostility. Magnus stared at Wu Yen. Then he opened his mouth. Do you think I don't have any other methods? I don't know if you do or not, and I'm not interested to know. After all, you've wasted too much of my time. Wu Yen smiled. So, I won't be accompanying you anymore. Wu Yan's body burst into a ball of magical flames and he channeled all of his magical power into Natsuki's body. Magnus, Charlot, Flay, and Raisin thought that Wu Yen was going to use teleportation to leave this place. However, they were wrong. Natsuki raised the lace fan in her hand and pointed it forward. Bam! An invisible force struck Magnus, Firefall, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly's heads like a club. They staggered and swayed drunkenly. Not good. Magnus clutched his head, and just as he said that, a spatial ripple appeared behind him. A chain extended out and wrapped around his body. Then, with a pull, Magnus was pulled into the spatial ripple. In a short instant, the spatial ripples dissipated, and Magnus disappeared from the spot. No one knew where he went. Chapter 1684. Master. As soon as they recovered from their dizziness, Firefall, Sickle, Jade Worm, and Dragonfly saw the scene of Magnus being dragged into the space ripple by the lock of discipline. They immediately exclaimed in unison, "I'm not against automatons being too human-like, but this is indeed a rare weakness for Natsuki." Wu Yen shook his head regretfully and glanced at the automatons of the squadron. "And then? Do you want to fight me without a puppet user?" The automatons of the squadron took a step back and looked at Wu Yen cautiously. Magnus' squadron was made up of bandoliers. That was why the automaton of the squadron could generate mana on its own to a certain extent to support itself in battle. However, the amount of mana they could generate was incomparable to that of a human, even the weakest among the puppeteers and magicians. Moreover, without the puppeteers' control, the power of the automatons would be greatly reduced. If the automatons of the squadron were to fight Wu Yen without Magnus, they would definitely be killed in a short period of time. Of course, it would be fine if they were killed, but if they were captured alive, that would be the real problem. After all, in the automaton series, the value of each automaton in the squadron was almost comparable to a warship. Their structure and magic circuit would definitely be of great interest to many factions. By then, it would not be hard to imagine the automaton of the squadron. They would either become the enemy of their own master or become an automaton. Or they would become a commodity. Or worse, they might even become an experimental subject and be dissected for research on their structure and magic circuit. Mass production. That would be a fate worse than death. Magnus had warned them again and again. If they were captured alive, then the automatons of the squadron would have to find a way to destroy themselves. Although it was very cruel. It was also very cruel, but it was indeed a way to escape. However, the automatons of the squadron hadn't been captured yet, and the opponent didn't seem to have any intention of capturing the automatons of the squadron. By the way, Magnus is still bound by a weapon called the Lock of Discipline. If the magic power flowing on it doesn't fade, not only will it not disappear, it will also prevent Magnus' magic power from being transmitted outwards. Wu Yen kindly reminded them. In other words, even if Magnus wants to rely on the connection between him and you to inform you of his current location, he has no other means other than sound. And now that Magnus is bound, if he encounters any danger, he won't be able to resist. The expressions of the automatons of the squadron behind the curtain finally changed. Without hesitating for too long, the automatons of the squadron chose to prioritize their master's life without hesitation. Under the magic of the sickle, they collectively teleported and disappeared on the spot. Quite obedient. Wu Yen curled his lips. He turned around and wanted to leave with the group of girls. Charlotte, Flay, and Ryzen were shocked. They raised their feet and chased after them. However, not long after, the three of them stopped in their tracks as if they had braked. Because, in front of the three of them, a person appeared. His back was straight, and his short silver hair was combed back. He looked very agile. He wore tinted glasses on his face, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. He was wearing a deacon's suit, and his hands were behind his back. Sensing the arrival of this person, Wu Yen immediately stopped. He turned around and sneered. "You're finally willing to come out. I thought you'd be hiding at the side and peeking. You're called Ryzen. The Granville family's deacon is indeed very outstanding. However, he's not perfect. If I have to point out a flaw, it would be that he doesn't like to interfere in other people's battles." Ryzen spoke without turning his head. "The reason I came out now is because I don't want anyone to waste Mr. Wu Yan's time. You." Flay took a step back and spoke with a timid expression. "For you." "The Granville family." Ryzen muttered and looked at Ryzen. "Could it be that you're the power behind the scenes that captured Angriette as a hostage and used Wu Yen to kill the schoolhead?" You're the one who captured Angriette as a hostage and used Yen. Charlotte revealed a hateful and ruthless expression. Her magic power began to surge like a gust of wind. Are you in cahoots with the Kingsford family? You're really smart. However, people who are too smart usually don't live long. Ryzen openly admitted. However, his eyes behind his colored glasses turned to Wu Yen. I'll deal with these people. Mr. Wu Yen, you should go to the school head. Wu Yen didn't say anything. He only looked at Ryzen from afar. After a while, he glanced at the forest beside him and smiled imperceptibly. He turned around and led the group of girls toward the school head's residence. Charlotte shouted. She raised her foot and seemed like she wanted to chase after Ryzen. Whoosh! However, with a sound that sounded like a gentle breeze, Charlotte's vision turned black. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and like a whip, he lashed out with a kick. Bang! Just as the kick was about to hit Charlotte, it landed heavily on a pair of wings that had suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte. Roar! Sigmund used his wings to block Ryzen's kick and roared. Then, his dragon claw violently smashed down on Ryzen's body. Bang! The huge dragon claw smashed the ground into smithereens, and the ground around the dragon claw also cracked inch by inch. However, the dragon claw only smashed the ground. It didn't hit Ryzen. A second before the dragon claw smashed down, Ryzen used complete vibration control to increase his speed. Like a phantom, he dodged the dragon claw. When Ryzen appeared again, he was above Flay. He raised his leg and smashed it down on Flay's head. Flay! Charlotte and Ryzen cried out in alarm. Ah! Flay also cried out in alarm. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Right when Ryzen's kick was about to land on Flay's head, a cold and indifferent voice filled with killing intent resounded from the forest beside them. Cherub, I'm ready. Following a mechanical response, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded through the entire area. Whoosh! Following the sound of something breaking through the air, a large sword with scorching air swirling around it shot out explosively from the forest beside them. It cut through the air pressure and slashed toward Ryzen. Logically, as Ryzen was in midair, he shouldn't be able to adjust his body. However, Ryzen's body seemed to have stopped in midair. He stopped moving without the slightest bit of inertia. Then, he forcibly changed his direction and dodged to the side. The large sword swept past Flay's head. However, upon seeing the large sword, Flay cried out in pleasant surprise. Loki! Loki slowly walked out from the forest beside them. He looked at Ryzen, who had landed on the ground, with a cold expression. Although I am modest and tolerant, there are 3 types of people that I cannot forgive no matter what. Those who order me around, those who resist me, and those who want to harm my older sister, those filthy bastards who came from God knows where. After saying those words, boundless magic power burst forth from Loki's body. It also burst forth from Charlotte, Flay, and Ryzen. Faced with such a situation, Ryzen simply laughed with disdain. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.